Yo,
Ordinals have taken
dude,
off.
ordinals are taking off. So,
Mhm.
oh, so I was just in the Pi developer space,
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
and I was in there because they are trying to develop a ordinals marketplace,
Mhm.
and I mine Pi too, right? Um, so
The thesis stays the same.
yes,
It's too new. You can fuck up because it's too
yep.
new.
So,
That's the way I look at it.
dude, I'm with it. Um, so I'm also realizing that it's very possible to do a multi-launch system and have, say, whatever the project is on Pi and also on ordinals at the same
You
time.
say you're trying to get your piece of the
Pi.
pie. We unlocked a new form of pun where I hold back the last word.
Love it, dude. Love it.
I like it.
All right. So, um, yeah. Um, I'm struggling to inscript the Satoshis.
Right now, it's like either ordinals or matic, right?
Oh,
Or maybe you suit it's like JavaScript versus fucking C plus
I
plus kind of versus
I
Rust,
mean,
you know?
it's almost like ordinals versus Tezos right now.
Dude, if I had an ordinal, I would actually tell people. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah,
We're like, hey, what do you do? I just released an ordinal.
yeah.
Shut up. Yeah, what'd you do? Oh, I created to maximize the 4 kilobytes, I created the code for an SVG.
Yes.
That's the first thing I thought of.
Yep.
You guys are nerds.
You're
Scalable
you're
vector
married.
graphic,
You're
okay?
married to
Thanks.
you're a nerd lover.
Good God.
Yeah, how you like that? You're a nerd lover. Is what you are. Nerd lover. Step to me.
I love it. I love you, nerds. It's wonderful.
I mean, how fucking boring would life be without nerds? Come on.
It's
Fuck.
true. It's true.
Or how much more exciting, you don't know the, you know?
Ooh, there you know.
I realized it. I realized it last night. I couldn't sleep. That you never get to play out the case that wasn't allowed to play out.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
once the opportunity's passed, it's kind of gone.
Once history has happened, although you might argue for a different course of action,
It's already done.
you can't necessarily assume that your course of action would be less or more
Yeah,
harmful.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
It's just historical fan fiction when things are in the rearview mirror.
Historical fan fiction. I like that. I like that. That's really good. So,
Yo, go ahead.
apparently this Lady Rocket is her name is something of a big deal, I guess, on the scene.
Is that an OnlyFans
It
account?
sounds like it, doesn't it?
Sounds like.
So, dude, check this out. She is
Welcome to the city,
I
Lady Rocket.
dude, for real. So,
That sounds like a very 2023.
dude, she is a senior citizen in the art space.
It's good.
Uh,
It's good to see that.
right?
You know, I got approached by a guy that said his grandma had Alzheimer's and he was looking to help fund her uh, kind of, a
Care.
long, prolonged end of life care with the proceeds from her NFT sales.
Okay.
And so I thought, I wonder if there's a lot of like, more Bob Rosses that know nobody knows about, that could also find a home. Was it Ed, actually? Was that you?
Yeah, I think that was me. It was from
Yeah.
my aunt. My
Hmm. Yeah. So you're saying this is already being done, Casey?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go, Dad. It's in the rearview mirror now.
well, I still haven't gotten started on the project myself.
Casey can help you navigate those waters.
Yeah. The
So, Ed, sorry, do you want to tell Casey about what the idea was?
I'll make NFTs of my aunt's art and sell them to help, take care of her in her final years.
how much art does she have? Is there a considerable effective
Yeah, there's
database?
a considerable amount. She lives in another state, so I don't have
That's fine.
direct inventory of it,
Do
but
you
I've
have
seen many
and you
paintings.
have a way to digitize that?
I'm sure I could figure out a way.
I mean, yeah, you're just scanning it in, but for some people that in itself can be challenging. So, is it? Do you know? Are we talking about like full blown canvases? Is this like page 8x11 stuff? Is it?
No, most of it is probably I would say 20 by 30 or 30 by 40 inches.
All right. So you're if you don't have access to a large scale scanner, you're down to using a camera for your digital transfer, which isn't necessarily bad. But my first piece of advice is take your time taking the pictures. Make sure you've got it set up, use your light meter, make sure that you're getting a good capture on the picture.
Right. Yeah, that was my plan. I was gonna try to use a camera and do some good lighting with it, and then maybe put it into Mid Journey and possibly do some.
Now I've got my marketing hat on, not my art hat on, but just my marketing hat. Um, there's a lot to be said for the original creation, regardless of what it looks like and the situation you're in. And I think it might be an overreach to apply alteration to her art. You probably have better marketing momentum by letting her art be whatever it is.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Because
That's probably
I
true.
mean, you're gonna have traction on it given the
Yeah.
circumstances. You don't. That's a nice thought to like go the extra mile and try to make it more. You don't need to.
Yeah.
You don't need to.
Tell Ed about the latest craze in NFTs. NFTs on Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Are Satoshis no longer fungible? Tell Ed, have you heard about this?
All
No.
right. So what they did was they developed a system of effectively marking a single Satoshi and turning it from fungible to non-fungible, making it unique. So there is a new NFT marketplace developing. It's not really developed, but it's developing where you can buy and sell Bitcoin NFTs. It's still at the early
Okay.
stages. You can't, like, it's really image only. There's not enough
Yeah.
room to take more than a small data package. And there's other issues as well. Like they're having a hard time separating them. So any more.
So again, you know about these NFTs on Bitcoin? Have you heard of them before?
I've been
Ordinals?
following just a little bit the ordinals or something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So Casey,
Yeah.
can you run it back and
Sure.
explain it in terms of Ethereum and OpenSea? Start there, because most
Okay.
people are familiar with
So
that.
normally with Ethereum, the whole concept of the NFT is that it is unique unto itself, and Ethereum has been good at allowing that, making it from fungible to non-fungible. So the marketplaces that sprung up around that, like OpenSea, are pretty well honed, right? Like maybe people hate them or love them, but they work, right? Now people are using a basically a serial number, kind of. It's a numerology marking system to mark a single Satoshi and turn it from fungible to non fungible. The issue at this point is twofold. One, there's a lot of arguing going on about what it's going to do to the Bitcoin block sizes, with the expectation that the block sizes have to get a lot bigger, and there's a whole Bitcoin civil war behind block size arguments, and this definitely shifts it towards the large block size. And then two, there's no real viable marketplace to trade your marked or data packaged Satoshis. So you see a lot of people in Discord servers right now swinging handshake deals, and it's further complicated by the fact that there's no way to separate out that particular Satoshi. So if I have a half a Bitcoin in my wallet and one of my marked Satoshis goes into that wallet, there's no way to really separate it back out. So
all right. So I want to pause for a moment here because we're dangerously encroaching on valuable, say, cognition powers as it is. So the first question is should we care about this information in regards to will it actually have any effect on me whatsoever? The first answer is probably no. Second answer is NFTs can exist on Bitcoin. I just don't know if I should care. Do I need to care?
well, if
I mean,
you were to
I get
take
it's
your
a
general,
situation.
if you were to take your General Lee and throw a little Bitcoin insignia on there and launch it on ordinals, you might actually like quickly sell.
There's a room with 700 people discussing ordinals right now.
And they've been there for the past like 36 hours.
Well, how did ordinals just get on the map? Like,
So
I
because
don't get the
so
scene.
ordinals developed the numerology software to mark the Satoshi in a different way than has been done before, because NFT Bitcoin is not new, it's just vastly improved.
I see.
So it's been a failure before with a project called Colorcoin, and
Do we have to call it color coin, mega ride? You know,
Yeah, really. I'm trying to avoid.
I'm going to start calling it Caucasian coin. Just
that's better.
there you
Thanks.
go. There you
That's
go.
good. 'Cause, I mean,
Dan,
I'm
I
just
just sent
trying to
you.
get nigger richer. So I'm.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Dan. Oh, I thought Alaskoshi was
Hey,
in the
it's
room for a
early.
sec. Is that
It's early.
Alaskoshi? Did Alaskoshi hop on Dan's account? Is that what happened?
No, but I
Man,
always wondered about that phrase.
you're gonna
It's
wait.
you know.
Are you gonna start doubling down on the N word now and start using it more
No,
because
I'm
it's your
not.
God-given right as an Alaskan?
No. I've been. This is what happens when you watch too much Key and Peele, and you're just like, yeah.
Hey, let's not.
Key and
Hey,
Peele does comedy so well that you just feel like you're one of them
oh
until, oh
shit!
man, you're
Hold
not.
on, dude. Megatron,
Yeah, speaking of Key and Peele,
dude. Mega, what's up, man? It has been a hot minute.
What up? What up? How's
yeah,
everybody doing?
this guy has soft hands now. He's in the office. It's different.
What?
It's a different.
You
Yeah,
know,
it's a
my
different
account was
person.
banned for
No,
like a month and a half or something.
no, they got you out of the field. I don't believe this.
Oh yeah, that's been a long time now, but my account itself has been banned for like ever.
Oh,
I just got it back like whatever a couple weeks ago.
okay. I appreciate the
Oh, welcome
account
back.
frustration. Welcome back. But they got you
Oh,
out of the field. You're not laying cable anymore?
No, I'm fucking laying
What?
paperwork and plans and
Oh
fucking
no,
blueprints
they made
and
you do the adult
meetings.
thing. I'm so
I
sorry.
know it's ridiculous.
yeah, he's wearing more pleats in his khakis these days.
Oh.
It's just all pleats the whole way around the pants. Just all.
That's awesome.
Well, I tell you what, I miss the crypto talk and miss hearing the information. So
Yo, it's
please don't let
starting
me
again.
disturb the conversation. I'm paying attention here.
It's starting again. Have you
Well,
heard of uh, NFTs on Bitcoin, also known as ordinals?
Well, I'm learning as you guys are speaking. I haven't really been up on Twitter and up on my crypto info, so I'm trying to get back in the swing here a little bit.
Ordinals just sounds so it sounds a little righteous. Sounds kind of Vatican. Like, how did we get to the ordinal word? You know what I mean? That sounds kind of richy
I
rich.
mean, nobody spreads a message like the Vatican.
That's true. And now I shall reveal our limited NFT lines. It's called Properly White. I mean, that's what ordinal seems like.
Oh, it's like a gentrification of the
It is.
blockchain.
That's what it
Yes,
is. It's the
yes.
gentrification of the crypto space. I mean, that's what Sam Bankman-Fried was trying to do
Oh,
with his
okay,
whole
so
white ass, like sitting on what? He's like always in khaki shorts, sitting on a beanbag, drives a freaking Toyota Camry, right? Come on, that's some serious gentrification there going on.
so Mega, what happened was, you know how with NFTs everything is unique, but the ether is still the same. Does that make sense? Like you can
Yes.
exchange one ether for another ether.
Right.
Imagine that's no longer necessarily the case because people have started inscribing more data into the individual Satoshis themselves. It used to be the case that if I have a Satoshi and you have a Satoshi, they're the same thing. Now that's not necessarily the case because people are using the extra 4 kilobytes in the exchange to inscribe something into the Satoshi, like writing something on the dollar bill.
Mm.
So, I was thinking long term, and I was like, so you know how they grade diamonds, right?
Right.
I wonder if in the future, like if you want to do a Bitcoin transaction, you say, hey, what's the grade of that Bitcoin? Is it dirty? Has anyone inscribed shit on my Satoshis? Because if so, I want clean bills. You know what I mean?
Mm. Good point. Didn't even think of that.
That's a
Clean
whole different ball of
Satoshis.
wax. Dirty Satoshis. That's crazy.
For real. Like, I like it. Sounds like a porno.
I mean, it sounds
And
interracial for sure.
that's when she knew she's gonna go for the dirty Satoshis. All right, hey, so I keep on meaning to say this again. I was like, here, put this PFP on, just because I'm forgetting it, dude. If you want to go through the chapters and see one, if you like a different one, just because I gave it to
Oh,
you, you know
hold
what I
on.
mean?
We got to run it back for Mega Eye. We have to
Oh
pretend like
God,
it's
okay.
last year, and you have to present
Oh my
Wizards to Mega
Jesus.
Eye. Are you ready for the show, Mega Eye? The show of your fucking life?
Let's go.
All right.
All right, hold
We're running
on.
it back. It's like
Okay,
2021 all over again.
I'm gonna run it back with a pinned post. Even I'm gonna do it proper.
Oh, wow.
Rewind selector.
Dan, can you bring KC to the stage?
Hold on.
Surely,
Hold on.
let's
Hold
do
on.
it. Come on down. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Syndicate, the only strip club online that gives you what you need all the time. Here we have KC D. Williams coming up to the stage here. KC is a mortgage lender turned VC and NFT nut. That's right. And he says, do a reach around, grab a Satoshi, and maybe we'll take you on back to the VIP lounge. KC is only $34.95 for the next 5 minutes. Grab his wiener and take it for a ride. Come on down here, ladies. KC, the stage.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me up. Glad to be here. All right. If you cast your gaze up to the Jumbotron, you will see a quick video describing a portion of what you're going to have the opportunity to be a part of. That's right. I believe in letting you get your hands on the product before you buy. That's why you can visit my spatial, take a cruise, see if the art and the storyline actually grabs you before you buy. This is a story-based NFT, one of one editions. There are 25 pages in this story that are AI generated, animated to music with a voiceover narration by a voiceover actor from the Infinity Forge. All holders of the NFT will be exposed to voice acting lessons, as well as wrapped Bitcoin rewards, because we have collaborated with Mr. Green Miner's NFT project. And as they start pumping out those Bitcoin rewards, anyone holding one of my NFTs is going to get airdrops. On top of this, we have a flourishing network of professionals from financial literacy to law, to marketing, to IT development. If you want to learn how to code on Python, C++, or any other language, we've probably got the network for it. If you want to be a part of this community, grab yourself an NFT and join the board. I'm also watching the kids while I'm doing this, so I'm a little scattered, but yeah, I think you get the idea.
Right. Now I remember you were talking about putting this stuff together, you know, a while back. So it's all coming
Yeah.
alive. Nice.
Oh, dude, it's such a hard thing to practice that fucking pitch.
You gotta deliver your home delivery a little more. You know, you
Yeah,
kind
no,
of faded out in the end right there. Your home delivery was weak.
I'm distracted. Maggie is trying to beat Hunter over the head with a guitar.
Yeah,
So,
I thought could have used a little bit
That's
more
just a
punch
normal
in there,
day,
but
though.
no, it's
yeah.
supposed to be, the approach is actually supposed to be very slow and conversational and not hype, is what the pitch is actually supposed to be. It's not.
Like I thought you were going to start off with like, were you short on Machine Gun Kelly? Because we were too. We knew that relationship between Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox was doomed from the start, and we bet against the
See,
prevailing markets. Did you? You probably didn't, and that's why you need to be part of the syndicate. You know.
well, because there's pitching the syndicate, and then there's pitching, my NFT project, and I do,
Oh
I
yeah,
do,
that's chill central. Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, because it's interesting because I've
I
had,
pitch you guys all the time without even like mentioning it.
yeah,
Because when people ask for stuff that's not in my service catalog, I'd be like, "Yeah, I know someone for that.
yeah,
Yeah, we can do that."
yeah.
And like
Oh,
because most sales opportunities go nowhere, I never actually mention anything to you, right? But it's just always happening. Like so,
yeah.
like now for Manish is like if anything, buddy mentions software, I'm like, "Oh yeah, money Manish." And they're like, "Huh?"
Hmm.
I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's solved." Yeah.
Hmm.
Actually,
Hmm.
Dan, I sent you the tutorial from Mark, and I made it into a commercial. Do you want to throw away the
Nice.
shackles of code
That's
and
cool,
move
man. Thanks.
and develop like it's 2023? Well, before you go to Azure with OpenAI, here's how to turn a spreadsheet into a mobile app like this one. So it's about 5 minutes.
That's cool, man. That's perfect. Yeah. Well, yeah, I sold. Well, I think I got this dermatology gig that I'm doing now. Dermatology mobile application gig, and so I'm trying to navigate that. Probably will ping you later this week and talk about it. I don't know what the I kind of I need to figure out some way of going parallel, meaning I can continue to sell. And a lot of these projects are sort of maintained. Some of it's design up front, some of it's research up front, but most of the stuff I sell is sort of um, project uh, project maintenance from a sort of, I'm sitting with the client every week. I'm updating the client on the status of the project for the most part. I am taking more of a product role going forward, meaning I'm going to sort of lead the product decisions of why the product, and then at the same time, the phases of sort of discovery and what I call rapid. So in discovery and rapid, it's collecting data and information that will support our thesis of how we go forward in the phases of production for the concept. And then the first concept is like just like you're doing right now, the glide apps, right? Get some data, throw it in a sheet, show it in a mobile app, just start doing um, really
I,
rapid manifestation, you know?
I find there's always like a piece of media that
Yep.
kicks off the interaction. It might be like, okay, I'm going to show you a video of this. Okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like people don't really care if it's a video or if it's live, if it does what they wanted to initially.
Correct. And so much of this is in the beginning is getting a feel not only for what your customers, luckily this gal's got customers cornered, right? They come to her for dermatology already. So she's got that flow of people coming to her already, and she's trying to really address the biggest problem is that customers always ask her about advice around skincare and products, and she can't bill any of that time, right? So for as much as she could sit down with every patient for 2 hours and sort of walk through the products that they're using and advise the next one, she doesn't, that none of that's billable. So we're
Sounds
trying to use the
so,
mobile app to sort of placate or at least give some of that information, at the same time help her see sort of what people are looking for. So it's a natural communication medium for her business.
sounds like a TikTok channel.
Yeah, it does really. And actually,
Mhm.
I'm actually that kind of stuff. Actually, that's like the social component, which could totally hit later on, I think.
I
Um,
saw the reason I say that is because we have like a recent win in Mr. Raj.
but what happened with Mr. Raj?
So Mr. Raj was on TikTok and he was posting random videos. But he works for an HVAC company.
Yeah, was he doing HVAC videos, or what was
So
he doing?
he started, after like posting 15, 20 videos of just random stuff, he
Yeah,
posted a few videos on HVAC and it started getting attention. I was like, dude, do you see this
go.
one?
Yeah,
Like, and it started with one comment, and the comment turned into a conversation. And I was like, yo, so what you're telling me is that this is engaging. It just hasn't been picked up by the algorithm yet because this one person is having a whole stream of comment reply conversation with you. So I was
yeah.
like, yo, just keep on doing that. So he created a new channel just for HVAC. And now he's getting like 40 comments on a single post, that kind of stuff. So I've seen
That
it
is
happen.
badass, man.
And it's cool because it's like it leverages their
Yeah,
unique signature.
yeah,
Like you probably have a million motherfuckers talking about HVAC, but
yeah,
not like Mr. Raj.
yeah,
And they definitely don't look like Mr. Raj either. How
yeah.
many of these dudes
Well,
are
that's
like
great. I love,
so
I love that he's, I love that he's doing that. That's really showing. I feel like TikTok has got insane niche virality kind of action.
mhm.
Yeah, oh, that's really cool. Yeah. So what I'm trying to figure out is here's what's going to happen. We're going to actually land more of these sort of run product, lead the startup kind of gigs, right? So it's basically taking point on the discovery to rapid phase. And then after rapid is done, then you have full on requirements for dev and they go off and execute. They do
Or you
core
can have
development
or you can
and
have
then you have a
Grokis.
maintenance contract.
What if you had Raucus go in as the data scientists, to front end the work?
Well, that could be interesting. I need to get up to speed on Ruckus 101, but because I
Well, it's
know
not
he
just
does
his
data
Raucus,
science,
it's
and
his
there is a
more.
data science component to this dermatology app. I mean, I want to research what's currently available in dermatology APIs and data sets currently. That's first. The first thing I want to do is sort of know what's out there to play with. And then, yeah, it's sort of like this cool discovery kind of gig, figuring that out. Anyways, but in order to scale this notion of how do we scale Dan, I'm going to be tapping into the so you brain space because I think there might be something to do here between everything we have in the syndicate, Manish included, and so
I,
forth.
I'd like to think that for the same customer would come up with similar solutions.
Correct. Yeah. And that's also part of this. This is also the time to sort of like you know, what's funny is this goes back to the original thing I started with in the company at Big Kitty is every project I worked on, I saved the assets. So I kept an asset library of things that I was capable of so that I could so next time someone came around looking for a Chrome extension product, I could leverage that understanding, and that was built with transparency in mind, even to my clients. Like a client, if they wanted to own the IP of open source that we would sort of be using, they had to explicitly say that. Otherwise, they're buying the team to get them acceleration and leverage so that they can close validation or notions with VC. That's the only thing that fucking matters at that point. Once you get money, you can work on your own IP. You know what I mean? But in the
Well,
beginning, you're leveraging everybody you can. You know.
I know that the one thing that Mark and I agreed on was that it's better to spend as little line of code as possible to nail the prototype before, moving on to software development. Right.
Yeah.
And so, it goes back to like Manish is here now. Like his whole idea behind his company is trying to be outcome oriented, which is just tell me, why don't you just tell me what you want, And our job is to facilitate your
You know
journey
what's funny
towards
though
that.
is that for as much as in the beginning it started with sort of like, we'll do the prototype and then you'll learn from it and then take it to market. 9 times out of 10, the client was like, you know, hey, thanks, Michael, thanks for the raft that you gave me the other day that showed me that I could float on water. It's a little tricky with 700 people on it. You're like, whoa, what'd you do? Right? So people take whatever you give them. If it's working and it's a rapid prototype, they still consider it as, okay, well, that's the product I'm going to launch and I'll never have to update the platform ever again, which is never true. But it's just funny how people, the notion to do it X way made sense, but the customer is always going to throw you for a complete fucking loop. Just like the time that the customer told you, hey, Dan, I can't get my prototype back from this other XYZ vendor, so I'm going to go in there with a baseball bat and destroy my prototype. I'm like, hey, let's not do that. I think a lawsuit and a felony may actually hinder your product roadmap and development. You know what I mean? You have to say it like that. What do you mean? I think you going in there with a baseball bat is a bad idea.
Then again, she might have hit a home run.
Yeah, she was like that.
It's like that. You have that, like, that Justin Kahn guy from Twitch who, sold Twitch and then he had his startup fail. It's like the Babe Ruths where when they hit it, it goes a long way, but when they miss, they fall on their ass.
Yeah, I used to give a talk that was all about the movie The Natural from that baseball movie with Robert Redford, whatever. And just so many scenes in that movie are great, where he's like, he hits these home runs and they like blow up lights, and he like runs past the lights and all that kind of stuff. But we talk a lot about like it's about base hits, so we try to get startups out of people's minds because everyone's trying to think like, people will start an idea and it's like, it's my startup. I'm gonna make it or I'm gonna like die with it, and I'm like, no, man, just go to another idea. Just get a basic going. Don't think in unicorns. I gotta catch up on this story of the Chernobyl in Ohio. Ruckus, are you following the story? Our the train crash that has caused a massive toxic cloud, and it's not looking good here in Ohio. Like, it's another reason not to come to Ohio right now. It's pretty
I,
scary.
I saw the fish situation. I was like, fuck, I wonder how close that is to you guys.
I'm not following that. I didn't know about that.
What?
Yeah.
There was a train.
You,
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, there was this Norfolk train crash, um, and it happened. Let's see, people are calling it Chernobyl Light. Chernobyl Light is happening in Ohio right now. Yeah, Norfolk Southern is giving $25,000 to an Ohio town where it caused a life and death evacuation. They're giving like 25K per citizen. Please talk. Please don't talk. Please don't talk. I don't know. It seems like it's
They're asking them not to talk.
yeah, there's, if you follow Twitter and Reddit, it's some crazy shit going on.
I'm posting it to the top. You'll see the pictures. It looks pretty gnarly.
Yeah, I mean, it's
All right, there it is. Ohio right now.
Yeah, vinyl chloride. That's some nasty stuff.
so they said there were roughly 100,000 gallons or approximately 1 million pounds of vinyl chloride was leaked, spilled, and burned at East Palestine Crash in Ohio. Acid rain and phosphate will decimate the zone's ecology. Acid rain and phosgene will decimate the zone's ecology. Well, how much ag tech is going to get fucked?
A news blackout? That doesn't sound.
Ruckus, do we have to call it a blackout?
I'm sorry. News dark out. News
I
dark.
just think,
Is that still? I'm not sure how safe that is. You know.
I don't think it's a news dark out. I think
It's invisible news.
I
Invisible
think
news.
it's a need
Thank
to know
you.
basis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm putting the videos to the top. Ruckus, it looks. Again, this is going on in your. Look, I mean, on the other hand, I'm excited about your the prospect of you guys moving to Canada. You know, you are welcome.
That's funny. I didn't even know how to respond to that one. That's hilarious.
It's just the other side of the freshwater. What's the difference?
Yeah, it's really close for freshwater. Scarily close. They said, let's see. East Palatine's contaminated water flows into Lake Erie, which flows into Lake Ontario, which flows into the St. Lawrence River and the
Fuck.
Atlantic Ocean.
You guys fucked us, Dan and Ruckus. You guys are snakes in the grass the whole time. You're getting into my lake.
Hey, I heard
Um,
the Toronto mayor
he
resigned.
fucked his 31-year-old coworker. Yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
and that that shit happened on your watch, man. That shit happened on your watch.
Hey, I'm white cisgender male. We got a white cisgender male. Everybody. You know what's so funny? I actually played a steel pan event where he did the speech. So I
Nice.
was like being up close and personal with the guy. Tall guy, good looking guy.
So,
You know.
do you think that at that event, do you think who he was fucking was there, or?
Well, the thing is, it was in Scarborough. So like, if you were gonna have like a side piece, you'd probably want to do it in Scarborough, where like it doesn't really is connected to the rest of Toronto. That's kind of where I'm from.
Nice.
You know, you don't want to shit where you eat, so to speak.
Yeah. All right. So on February 3rd, a horrifying railroad accident took place. A Norfolk Southern freight train derailed in East Palestine in Ohio. You might have seen images of flames, but you probably haven't heard about the unions that were trying to prevent this exact incident.
Can you throw to the commercial now to interrupt the news broadcast?
Yes. We interrupt this news broadcast to bring you the latest update on what's going on in Ohio. This just in, fugitive, also known as Ruckus, has been released from his Cincinnati prison. He was
And he
held up
may
in a
be
Walmart. What?
yeah, he's in possession of a wizard pole. So,
Oh, we have Paul on the scene at the jail. What happened there, Paul? How'd he get out?
oh man, he escaped with the wizard pole. He was able to bend the bars open, slithered through, and ran down the road screaming with the wizard pole, saying, I'm free at last." So,
Ruckus was then found standing near the East Palestine River in front of the train derailment, waving his hands, saying, "Please, please, oh God, let this not happen here." Um, I don't know. I kind of like that voice. You know, the voice I really like is the frontline voice. The guys that do the frontline voice, oh my God, that guy has got the best narrator voice on the planet. I had to watch his stuff in order to actually get into it, but it's a really good deep down below. That's how you gotta get down it. Little do we know that Ruckus was actually holding 2 bananas and a smoothie in his right hand as he took 4 bullets to the chest for simply saying the prisons here weren't as bad as they were overseas. His body was later found, and that's a really good, I don't know.
But
I'm
this
babbling.
this is pretty serious. This is, and we're worried
Very
about
serious.
balloons. Why are we talking about balloons? What the hell is this? Is
Come to Canada, guys.
While the Horned Horse is inviting Ruckus to Canada, he is covertly making plans to shift to India.
Look, Manish, you're coming to Canada soon too.
He is?
Actually, you know what's funny? Like, you guys will come to Canada, and we're gonna end up going to India.
Yeah.
Switch places, yeah.
Dan, are you? And you mentioned that they were paying people 25 grand to be quiet, or 20?
Saw something in there that said it was some tweet. You know, for all I know, you know, it came from like the Daily Mail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just kind of reading different tweets on it, and I mean, it's definitely a serious fucking incident, but it is not in anywhere in the press. You know what I mean? And I don't know,
It's
I
by
guess it's
Lima,
about,
right? I'm reading that that's north, right?
yeah, it's between like us and Pittsburgh, Columbus and Pittsburgh, so it's on that side of the border.
Yeah. West Virginia's over there, right? I think that's West Virginia over there. Belpre, Ohio.
East Palestine is the area.
Okay.
East Palestine, Ohio. So where's East Palestine, Ohio? All right, we are
Palestine in Ohio.
You guys should have known.
Northwest of Pittsburgh. It's more close. It's kind of like, I guess it's close to Akron. It's not that far from fucking Akron. Yeah. Youngstown is very close.
Well, yeah, that's close to you too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll mutate, but I'm still white. You know what I mean? A white zombie is going to go a lot further than.
Dear God, they're going to push me to Kentucky. Good Lord, I don't want to go
there. Canada.
Yeah, and the minute you go to Walmart to buy a shotgun to get zombies, I mean, they're going to be really. I don't know. What was it Chappelle said? He's like, it's time for us to disarm these Americans, these white Americans. The only way to do it, all us black people have to go buy a gun. I love that so much. I was like, that's so true. That's the only way you can stop it. Oh, anyways,
we got to go to Costco. Costco is where we got to go. We hole up in Costco and no.
I don't know, man. East Palestine. This is you know what I'm concerned about? How far is this from Falling Water, the Frank Lloyd Wright exhibit?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Falling Water.
Forgot about that.
Ooh, it's an hour. It's about 2 hours away from Falling Water. All right, so that's not terrible. But man, it's only an hour away from Pittsburgh. It's not in Beaver Falls. That's where they found him. Found him down in Beaver Falls. He was mutated and fucked up. Sorry.
Do you know there's a train derailment in Ohio with
Where?
It's Palestine, Ohio? You ever heard of that?
Is that up north?
Yeah, it is up north.
I'm not real familiar with that.
Yeah.
Area.
They're covering it.
What's the area code?
I don't know. You know, my wife is like, her superpower. You're so weird. You give her an area code in a conversation and she'll know exactly where it is. She's so weird. She's so weird. You're so weird.
That's cool. That makes sense because, you know, you and I, we're probably never going to ask for the navigation help, right? In the car.
Ever.
Right. So.
If you drop a area coding conversation, if it's in anywhere, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's da da da." I'm like, "What are you, Data from Star Trek?"
No, not anywhere, but it gives me an idea of point of reference. A geographic point of reference. If you give me an area code or a zip code.
Yeah, who remembers that stuff? Immigrants. That was on the naturalization test. must remember the zip codes.
No.
She took the naturalization test, and I
Is that like
promised.
the Borg assimilation test?
Bo- no,
Oh, okay.
but I promise you,
Test 101.
yeah, American History Test 101, and I could
Mm.
answer the questions. Like I'd fail as an American.
Oh, but like you also have like a critical race view of history too, right? So you don't have all the right answers.
Right. Like, I don't have the right. He said right answers, but she said white answer. White answer. I don't have the white answers. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
You're the type of guy that fail on principle. You know what I mean?
probably. Yeah. I mean, I know some stuff, but not like I didn't know that was on the exam and stuff like that. I would fail.
They gave us a list of 50
I
questions.
feel the love.
Yeah. Imagine that if we had to answer those questions like right now.
We prepped for it.
I don't know. No, I'd probably pass if I could prep for it, but
Matthew could pass it without studying. You know, he's always mouthing off about John Locke.
yeah. Yeah, I'll have to read up on that. The train. I'm wondering why it's so quiet. Did that happen last week?
How the hell you live in Ohio and you don't know about this? It's like the biggest event to happen.
Yeah, I
Is
knew
this like
about
the biggest? Is this the biggest on land kind of disaster in a long? Like, what's similar?
2012, they had a similar accident in New Jersey, by what the news report said.
Yeah,
And
but
with
New
the
Jersey
vinyl,
doesn't.
what they did is they did a control burn to keep it from exploding, and looked like 2 rail cars leaked for the volume that they
Yeah, but New
had.
Jersey's the only place that you could have a chemical spill and it improves a place.
Yeah, what happened with that? What was the outcome like years later? Was there any?
Well, have you seen how people in New Jersey
They
are?
learned from it. They learned from it. They developed a reaction plan, because it's like, air quality testing. They go into high mode of evaluating everything around. They test water. They look for animal deaths.
But
To make sure to see how far it goes.
do they test the temperament of people from New Jersey? Like, people think New Jersey people are like off the chain. Maybe it's the water.
No, that's ingrained. That's probably a
Because
century or two of training.
well, like you ever like talk to people from the Appalachians, right? And they talk about how coal mining has fucked up their water and their life expectancy among their family is really low.
Yeah, you should see the Ohio River. Like we live near the Ohio River, and it's just so bad. We could see the effect of what you were talking about because the water's brown, and all that waste has gone down through the decades out. It's really destroyed a lot of.
Ali and I are going to India, so there'll be more property for you in Canada. We welcome you with open arms.
You guys
The reverse
you're
brain
moving to
drain. Yeah, I'm moving to India with Manish.
Manish gonna be bunk.
Yeah, I think Casey will also join us soon, but he's after a few months.
No, they're moving to Canada. We're moving to India.
But I thought Manish just said that we're bringing Casey with us.
Yeah, but Casey's different.
Yeah, he might take some time to come. Yeah.
Casey's kind of like a layered coconut. Usually you think about a 2-layer coconut with brown on the outside, white on the inside, but he has like an inverse coconut where he's like white on the outside, but like a little, you know what I mean? Melanated on the inside, and then it's white, and then melanin, like kind of like a coconut cake. Inverted?
You mean layered coconut cake?
Yes, exactly.
Dude, I did a training last
It's like
week.
a croissant. Sorry, go ahead.
I did a training last week, and I'd never met the person. I've always talked to her Slack, and so I logged on Zoom, and she saw me. She logged off, like she had the wrong number. but because I've talked to her on phone, she didn't know I was black. And so when I popped up, she got nervous and logged off and sent a note to me and said, like, did you give me the wrong? I think I logged into the wrong. I'm like, no, that was me. And she's like, oh, I didn't know that you were.
That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard of in my life. And it's so funny, I'm incapable of laughing.
I thought of you. I was like, oh, this is what you were talking about. Like, you mentioned something.
They're not interacting with you. They're
Yeah.
interacting with their idea of you.
Yeah. Yeah, God love her. She just hung up the phone. Like, she had the wrong number.
Oh my God, Ruckus, you killing me, buddy. I fucking love your stories, dude. And I think I love the stories. I love the stories for Ruckus's like somewhat innocent approach to it. Like, oh, she was surprised. I'm surprised she was surprised. Like, you know what I mean? Like the innocence of the approach. I love it, man. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, like when you think about the best of the Syndicate, 2/3 of it is Ruckus related.
And you know, and again, Ruckus, I gotta say, man, I tease you a bunch, but I do it out of an abundance of respect. You know, I really, I honestly, man, you blew me out of the water when I'm like, no, Ruckus is white, Ruckus is, and then like you posted a pic where you can see the reflection of you in the mirror. I'm like, oh, no way. And then like it was like a week or so later that the Rage Ruckus came out, and I'm like, wow, there we go. Okay, okay. And it's always so interesting to watch somebody not just surviving in a system that has some components geared against them, but thriving. And that's where the respect comes in for me, for you, I think. Just to say it out loud.
Thank you. The same, it goes both ways. You guys are amazing. I definitely appreciate the Syndicate and your knowledge as well. And this is a pretty fascinating group. I've spent a lot of time here. I've learned a lot.
Spends more time with that group than his wife.
I spent a lot of time with you. Oh my God. Oh my God. You're rude.
Yeah,
You're
get
so
him.
rude.
Get him, girl. Get him.
You're so rude.
Ruckus, I thought all those tweets were coming from you, man. I was so impressed by them.
Thank you. Well, you can see who wears the pants in my house. I look at my pants. I don't wear them. So that's.
But it's such a good balance that way. I'm a fan of this. I don't want the fucking responsibility. I'm all wrapped up in my own shit. You make the decisions, and I'll do what you say. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, the finance stuff that I do know is from her. I don't. You're right. I mean, it's I was an American. Like I think like an American. Spend. That's just how I thought. And there's this other side of a conservative America, a fiscally conservative America, that is just like incredible. Um, and so she's that way. She understands how money moves. And once I got on her page, it was like this world opened up. And it's just really, really
Isn't it
interesting.
amazing when you're able to step back and realize that the Americanized spending culture has been integrated into investing so that it's spend to earn?
Yeah. Yeah. And you can't, you can't talk people off a ledge. It's just that's the way it was. That's the way it's set up, right? That's the design. That's you spend to pay. You work to pay debt. Your debt off, and it's just a cyclical. That's just. It's amazing. I can't believe we have not gone broke. I just cannot believe we've lasted this long.
Well, even beyond the debt conversation, when you look at just the raw investing montage, it's you look at something as simple as a DCA schedule. I'm gonna dollar cost average into my asset. Okay, well, what you're really saying is I'm gonna commit myself to purchasing something repeatedly, which is not necessarily bad on its own. You can talk about the merits of the technique. It's still what you're really saying is I'm committing to spend my money on this on the regular, and it is part of the spending culture. It's amazing to apply that to something like investing.
I never thought about that. That's Do you feel like it's promoted to
Oh,
spend?
oh yeah, dude. Look at the quote unquote education marketing. Whenever you hear the words education mixed with finance, that's what we're talking about, because they are educating you on how to purchase and be a more consistent consumer, more so than like, it's pitched to you as we're going to educate you on the fundamentals of creating generational wealth. That's what you want. And what they're really going to educate you on is, okay, here's how you on ramp your fiat into our system. And here's all the stuff once you've purchased our in house token that you can say you own. And that is quote unquote education. Anytime you see predatory marketing, you can get a pretty quick grab on the entry and exit points to whatever system you're looking at.
But it's not necessarily the market's responsibility to teach you anything.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? It's on you to be discernible enough to separate a sales pitch from, yeah.
There's no financial misinformation, only misunderstanding.
Oh my God. Wow.
Because people like Casey do not teach finance to common man. Or in India, I'm saying, not in the US, probably.
Yeah, if it wasn't for KC, all the people would still have their money, right? It's only because KC hasn't published the app yet that people are still losing their money. If only there was an app by KC that could do something about this.
Oh, you're such a fucking asshole.
Gentlemen, I have an announcement. I will be doing casting calls this week. Probably be announcing on either Tuesday or Wednesday. Maybe I'll do it on Valentine's Day.
Is there going to be a couch?
This is a casting call for my animated film I've been working on, and I have several characters in the film of which you people can apply for. Some of you have already been casted for certain character types, but I need to go through and get a range of voices that you can do for the various lines. So I'm going to give you a line. I'm going to give you the voice direction and how I want you to read it. We'll do a couple takes. Michael, it would be cool if you can assist with that, just because, we'll just do it like on a Zoom call or something. And then then I got to work on music and sound effects. One sound effects I'm gonna really need a lot of is machine gun fire. So I don't know if anyone knows any really cool sound databases that they've been playing around with. If they've ever seen any like Call of Duty like sounds or other shit, so because there's a whole zombie invasion in the middle of this film. And with the new Ohio River story, we might just throw that in there as well. Anyway, so it's going to be pretty exciting, and there's going to be roles for everyone. There's heroes, there's scientists, there's psychic powered Akira like children. There's mutations. There's a whole playground kind of scene. Casey, there's already a role. You have a couple different roles, and you do die in a couple different places, so that's pretty cool.
Yes.
Manish has a really cool sort of. He's like kind of typecasted in some of maybe the doctor positions and or the scientist roles because you kind of have that classic thing. Michael's in there as a grifter mostly. You know, it was like, you know, a skateboard kid that was like, whoa, wrong party here, and kind of stuff. And Paul is definitely in there as a couple different Texas Ranger kind of cops, mostly police officer types. Ruckus, probably put him in there maybe as a data scientist role, which would be good, especially with the banter between him and his wife. And so maybe they could basically fill in a scene where they're sort of talking about Compound D and like, shit, is that airborne? Yeah, it is. Did it phase out with the MRI that, you know, and the MRI accident? Yeah. Well, that's radius is what, just 1 nanometer wave? No, dude, it's infinite. And then it's like, oh my God, it's like, you know, instead of it being like, you know, a 5 mile radius, it's a 50 mile radius. So then what happened was like compound T vaporized and then got electromagnetically sort of connected on the frequencies. So now anybody that has basically the strongest resonant frequency that was at the hospital, which was analytical thinking, right? So it latched onto that wave. So now anybody that has exhibits any analytical thinking is targeted by the mutation. And of course, the mutation turns into various beasts, of which now we have to basically nuke that city. So we got to kind of fly in with the jets. And then you got like, you know, Web3 going like, I'm sorry, let's go ahead and do it. You have a go. You have a go. Sir, do we have a go to initiate Operation Alaskoshi? Yeah, that's Alaskoshi's in there a couple different ways. I kind of have him as a character that is in the hospital for something else. And he plays his character, right? And I've already talked to Alaskoshi about this, and he's like, yeah, whatever, which is cool. So he's like a triggered, you know, guy from Alaska in this hospital, and yeah, and he's like, he ends up sort of, he's kind of an asshole throughout most of the show, but then he turns into like a unrealized, or like, you know, like he didn't really want to be a hero. He becomes a hero mostly because he helps these people get out when there's all these zombies that show up. And he does it from sort of like, and of course he's pissed off at Ruckus, you know what I mean? Like he knows Ruckus at the hospital. That would be a great connection. So he's like, fuck you, Ruckus. And then he's like, helps all these people get out because he's like, I fucking hate zombies. You know what I mean? I mean, Ruckus bad, but zombies is worse. You know what I mean? So it's like one of those kind of things. And then, yeah, it's a cool thing. And then it was funny. I was like sharing with my friends, and they were like, I was like, what scenes am I missing? And they're like, yeah, I want to see more like special electromagnetic kid kind of scenes. So I had a bunch of those. And then we had to have like the four commandos in the stairwell, and then they like turn on each other, trying to do a lot of. And then I was working on choreography with the AI, which was kind of like okay, I want to do a close up shot of a fist fight with two zombies, and so get it from different angles. And anyways, it's pretty cool. Is it animated? No, but it'll probably, what we'll do is we'll do like a lot of cool Ken Burns kind of effects. I want to give it some of the footage to like people who can do cool After Effects stuff, because a lot of the stuff is just meant to be kind of spooky and eerie. Like show cool still of a hallway, and I just want to show flickering lights, and then I'll play a moody kind of piece under it, and then I'll put like Casey's like, "Cause I'm broken," right? You know what I mean? And and you know, and then like the camera will, it'll
What
show
if,
him on like,
what if Ruckus did and token?
goes oh yeah, and then Ruckus leans in the camera, cause I'm token. And then yeah, it's that one scene where at the end Ruckus realizes, and he just grabs Casey on the shoulder and goes like, Casey, I get it. I get it. I'm the token black guy in this movie in order to pass certain union rules. I know this. I'm okay with it. And Casey's like, no, don't do it. Don't shoot yourself in the head. And Garcus is like, dude, it's fine. I wasn't planning. I'm like, no, man, don't do it. Don't do it. Right? And Ruckus is like, dude, I'm really not gonna shoot myself in the head. And Casey's like Ruckus did, and then Ruckus just walks out of the room, backs out, like, all right, man, I'll see you. Right? You know. So yeah, just give me it'd be amazing. picture.
Like the Star Trek guy, the red shirts, right? You already know they're gone.
Yes.
Yeah, the red shirt guy. Yeah, I don't know who that is. And then of course Crow's in there as sort of the psychic, one of the psychic.
Dear
powers.
God, not Crow.
Yeah, man. He's one of the psychic children, you know. And but
I
the
agree
only
with the
way.
child part.
The funny thing is that he can only use his power if people ask him to use it. So he can't actually turn it on himself. Because like yesterday, he was telling me like, "Hey man, get me up on the stage. Don't these people know? Don't these people know who I am?" And I was just kind of like,
You should invite him. We haven't had a lecture in a while.
I hadn't seen that in a bit. That was funny.
He's been pretty busy in the AI rooms.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah.
He's getting a cult following.
Yeah, it was funny making this art in the Mid-Journey. Is that Mid-Journey started to break off and create more like a live action looking piece, and it's really crazy Japanese horror. It's like its own show. I just kind of let it go. Almost as if the AI is like, you know what? We have another thread of an idea for a show. Oh yeah, go ahead and produce that too. Go ahead.
Heard some people talking about the AI programming as discovering the arms of the program and mapping out the different arms. And one guy was like, "Yeah, we mapped out like 1,000 arms to Chat GPT. It's all mapped out now."
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you mean? What do you mean arms? Like different?
I'm still kind of I'm trying to figure it out myself, but the way he was describing it made me think that it was like each functionality is effectively its own thing that can be used, but is its own thing. And by mapping out the different functionalities in their entirety, you get a picture for the full capabilities of the entire system. Is what I gleaned from it. I could be off on that, but that's what I think.
So how does our mobile devices process all that information? Or is that a silly question to?
No, it's I believe it's the phone acts more as the window to a system that is handling the data load. So that your phone's not necessarily like processing huge amounts of data. It's more like a window looking at a system that's processing huge amounts of data.
Oh, that makes sense.
And if anybody knows different, I'm all ears too. Because my guesses sound good sometimes, but they're still guesses.
So is this part of the metaverse?
So that's a really good question, because really, I think when you say metaverse, a lot of people think, oh, like Decentraland, spatial, whatever. No, it's the incorporation of digital components into your real world. And so like that's where augmented reality kicks in, that's where components of VR kick in, and anything else really. So that's what the metaverse really is, as far as I can tell.
It makes me wonder if our mobile devices how will they change?
Oh yeah, dude, wait until your phone is nothing but a patch on your arm, like a nicotine patch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wearable electronics, soft circuit boards, contact lens integration, glasses, the product and field testing has been going on for a little bit, and it's starting to get a lot better. So yeah.
There's a guy that I follow. His name is Chris. He's a really good guy. He worked at Apple, and in Spaces, he will explain how the infrastructure or how the the program is. It's already there. The capability of shooting in 20, the photos. What is that? We shoot in what the pixels. Everything's already there, ready to go, but the infrastructure is not there. And he's really cool. I'll post it in the room, but he's really cool when he talks. And a lot of that stuff is ready to go, but again, it's costly. It's costly. And Apple has it, so it just kind of makes me wonder what kind of renaissance or revolution will be a part of. Will this pick up with the devices and
Well, isn't that the conversation now? Are we at the edge of another tech information revolution, and like the industrial revolution,
exactly?
where
Yeah, exactly.
it feels like it.
It does, and it's always when you're in it, you don't see it. You know what I mean? When you're in the middle of it, you don't really see it until it happens.
Well, because the other thing is that it's hard for any human being with such a relatively speaking short lifespan to really grip the time schedule that everything is happening on. It feels like any day now we're gonna have, and really, the full boat evolution. I'll probably be in the ground, and my children will have their children experience stuff that we're talking about today to the level that we want to see it at. So we're probably, generations away from like a fully integrated system. I think the fear is that we're going to get the raw components together and do something bad before that actually happens.
Well, I mean, we're assuming a lot of things, though. Like, we're assuming macro status,
Yeah.
fucking no more trains blowing up with fucking vinyl fluoride. We're assuming no more fucking UFOs over Montana. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not looking all that far downfield these days.
Yeah. That's fair.
It's going to happen in the future. What the fuck? There's going to be a new tour to space. You know what I mean? Like, we're going back to gold, everyone. Really? No. You know what I mean? You didn't see that coming, right? Who's in charge of gold? Oh, the same people. Never mind.
Just along for the ride again. Okay.
Yeah, got faked out with digital gold. We forgot about real gold. No. Damn it.
That's awesome.
You're the worst. You're such a dream killer. You're the worst.
Nobody wants to believe that their exit is just another trap.
What just happened? Did you just kill someone's dream?
Yeah, I conjectured the notion that gold might be the new gold. Because you know how we had digital gold?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But now they're shitting all over all of the individual flakes of the gold called ordinals. So it's like, what if gold was the new gold again?
Oh, we have to go back to the
thing is,
gold?
I always think we're always going to have a petrolic dollar, right?
In our lifetime, I guess?
For the short term.
Okay.
What else are you going to base currency on but barrels of oil, right? There's nothing else. There's actually nothing else. Yeah. I was thinking
what do you think about the
either that or
concept?
OpenAI credits, sorry.
What do you think about future commodities of alternative metals and things like alternative battery storage that gets so
you want
powerful?
You want to talk about mining companies? You know, mining companies are penny stocks, just like NFT projects are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only in Vancouver.
No, also in Montana. actually. That's where the CFO is. So he was working with like gold mines in Liberia and fucking lithium mines and shit. But these are all like ostensibly like 50-cent stocks, these mining companies.
Yeah, that's the juniors.
So what do you
Well,
think? Ruckus, Binance, still a hold?
Absolutely. I don't know, but yeah.
That's the biggest flip-flop answer I've ever heard. Absolutely. What'd you say? Absolutely. Not really.
I don't know. Yeah, but yeah. You know what gets me is back.
You're a true ally.
Well, yeah.
Man, you would have fit in well at J.P. Morgan during World War One, eh? Yeah, well, fuck no more.
I'm willing to throw a couple dollars at it that I didn't have that I have now that I have back from
The World War or Binance?
Oh my god.
I've got money back from the Voyager deal, so half.
Congratulations.
wait, did you actually get your money back?
No. I
Oh,
didn't.
okay. You're just saying it's coming in,
Yeah, it's
right?
coming. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna shill that.
Yeah, just fucking
Because you
jinx it.
haven't actually gotten it yet.
I haven't gotten it.
You jinx there.
Somebody knock on wood.
I know.
Money that I didn't have, but I have half of that back.
You're never gonna see
Wait, does him saying it mean that it'll happen? Him saying it won't happen, it will happen? How does jinxing work?
It depends if his voice is like the right butterfly wings.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. It's a probabilistic future.
But
My thought is the youth is just all over it. You know, there's no taking that candy away from them again. I mean, they're all in crypto, and I believe in because they believe.
Well, even if you demographics explains 2/3 of everything, right? So if they are the largest demographic cohort in the US, it would be a folly to bet against that buying class.
I like it. Yeah.
I
What?
get the
Dare
fuck out of
How
here.
dare you? How dare you?
You like buying class? You like that?
I like that. They're the
That
new pig in
was
the.
such a dance that you just did. Oh my gosh.
They're not.
Wouldn't
They're
bet
the new pig in.
against that asset class. Listen to you.
Why would they're the new pig in the python? Why would you bet against them? I wouldn't.
Hey, if you're if you're gonna roll the dice, at least use a good table.
You know, in the 1950s, when the sexual evolution was kicked off by the motor vehicle becoming a commodity, McDonald's and Barbie sprouted up. Why? Because the kids needed toys and the family needed cheap food for the family. And if you followed the generations, you could see up to healthcare today, where 25% of the Canadian population is over the age of 65, and followed the demographics and know that even if you have a small part of a big market, you could still end up in a better spot.
Don't feel like you have to explain anything to KC. He doesn't get it yet. He doesn't see the vision.
I agree. Something about Casey has always disturbed me. Ever since the first day I met him. Came off the tarmac from his airplane ride in on his supposed NFT jet. There's a big bus flying in the sky. He then came down and wanted to do a secret handshake and then reminded me, oh, that's right, you didn't purchase that NFT. And proceeded to then get inside the limo and stretch out his messy feet all over our couches. We took him over to Web3's house after Web3 hit it big on the lottery and then got consumed by the whole tinfoil hat trade and everybody who thought that they're not necessarily flat earthers, they're flat squares. They believe that the whole planet is a square. He thought he was a Rubik's Cube. He thought he was the other side of Laskoshi. They moved in together when they bought in a real estate deal in D.C. They bought a haunted hotel over by the Knickers. The Knickers was a sports bar. Ruckus used to own it. That was before he got involved with the Digital Panthers. He runs a digital gang now online. Thugs, they call them. I don't see him much anymore. Ever since I met with Michael up in Toronto, him and Allie, they still live in that house. They refuse to leave. Ever since Allie started seeing ghosts, she doesn't never leave the house. It's been really quite confusing. But some days are better, some days are best. It's just what it is on Syndicate Sundays.
Where do you think Casey is finding his compound D from? He's secretly doing experiments in his basement and creating zombies for your stories, Dan. By the way, were you watching Boys on Amazon Prime? Where did you pick up Compound D from?
Okay.
I'm doing a DoorDash moment here, so people,
Oh,
let's go through it, America. All right, what do we have for him, Dan? That's right, it's a DoorDash moment on a Sunday. Looks like Dan's ordering from Outback. Let's look in and tune in to see what he's getting. Looks like so far he's got some medium wings for his wife. All right, that looks like something she's gonna love. And then he's looking for something else. He's looking for something. The French onion soup. French onion soup's going down to soups. Where are they? Down here. Where the hell are those goddamn soup? Oh, here we go. Soups, French onion soup. He's gonna add that French onion soup. That's right. Everything, nothing to do special there. Boom. It's in the cart, folks. All right. 25, 28. Starting to stack up already. Let's see. For instance,
Breaking
sign.
news. 5
Breaking
minutes
news.
ago, Lake Michigan, NORAD has reported another object.
What?
Really?
Yep.
Where's the news article?
Maybe the balloons are to measure the effects of the Ohio accident.
do you guys think we're big punked with the balloons?
I mean, after the first sighting of the first balloon, in our day and age, we could easily punk society again by doing some spoof, trying to mimic it or something, but who knows?
You're saying it's a
Yep.
false balloon?
I think there's definitely false balloons happening, but I also think there's more to the story. Like, I think there's something going on that people are trying to analyze in an inconspicuous kind of way. Or
Instead
they're,
of like air,
Like train wrecks in
is it?
Ohio, that
Or
kind of
maybe
thing.
it's like a balloon filled of like fart air instead of like, it's like a false balloon that way. You don't know what's inside. It
the
gives
other
you
thing
an
too
idea.
is, like, wouldn't SpaceX folks actually have seen this thing part of their satellite network anyways? I mean, their satellite network is doing more than just giving, broadband access to, so and so people on the planet Grant. It's also an awareness network around. So odds are, what was seen, and was going to happen was going to happen. And they were probably jamming it while they were going across the U.S. anyways. They were probably hitting it with so much other stuff on the ground radar. I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot more to the story.
Is it a distraction from the legal documents being published? Da-na.
That's right. Up
That's
next,
right.
Thunders Talk.
Unsealed documents being published at the same time as balloons and trains in Ohio and Montana.
It's a
We should all go to.
conspiracy to cause fear to allow the globalists to take over.
Well, I mean, they can't take over our metaverse, though.
What is wrong with you?
You can have my land, but you will never have my spatial. Crack. You cracked my password. Never mind. Shit. It's a tenuous grasp over these digital assets. Hey, what happened to your digital fortune? I clicked on the wrong link. What do you mean you clicked on the wrong link? Do we have such a tenuous control over our assets that we're just one click away from complete liquidation? Maybe that's the singularity, though. When you gain and lose fortunes with a click of a button, that's the future, right? That has to be the singularity.
If you guys go back to 1987 and listen to Ronald Reagan's speech to the United Nations, you'll realize that this whole thing was predicted.
I was listening to Gaddafi's speech from the United Nations. He got a few things right, too.
And a land of suspicious wonderment. Only Web3 can go across the chasm of understanding required and become the Paul Frederick that we know today as simply the man of false flags. Meet Paul Frederick, an online programmer that would often haunt Twitter spaces looking for any sort of sarcastic argument to join and be a part of. His life, forever framed by using Windows 95 too much at a young age, changed his forever heart and with disdain and torment for everyone. Later found at a 7-Eleven and interviewed simply saying, "Y'all can fuck yourselves." Sorry, that's not my best accent. But that was something he said to local reporters when they tried to ask him about his theories on how everything is simply a Rubik's Cube.
Gotta say, isn't drones the reason that they created drones for stuff like this? You don't need a fucking F-15 set. Don't you need just a regular drone?
But maybe
Is there
it's a
nobody
drone
in
balloon.
Montana with? Is there nobody in Montana with a drone? Seriously. Or how high was it? It can't be out of. Drones go pretty high, right? Because there's this mysterious balloon.
Oh, the balloon.
Yeah, so we're you know how they sent in a 10 million per second jet to clean it up? Why wouldn't you just send a balloon to do some reconnaissance first?
It was the government that sent them to see and count how many preppers live in the area. So
gotta keep an eye on those.
Yeah.
Gotta keep an eye on those.
Because the number of preppers is directly proportional to the amount of resistance in the region that would likely go or bend with Trump if Trump wants to start that civil war. So these are sort of balloons to detect that information. Who is prepping the most? Who is armed the most? Who has the most? Where are the regions in the sort of ground substrate areas to support the resistance of those areas? Because we know that from a red aspect, this all sort of coincide with the same time that the Senate members of the House.
What's the red aspect?
Well, the thing is that they in Congress.
But he was right.
Is that the Steele dossier?
But this all started when the House members took down the metal detectors and they all started wearing AR-15 pins. That actually coincides with a lot of this other activity. And each side has a deep state. It's not you know what I mean? It's each side has their, juicy, you know what I mean? You got some good tits and ass on your side, and so do we. You know what I mean? It's equal on deep state.
Well, like, I'm not sure if you know this, Manish can attest to this, but like in India, they have a whole state called the deep state, right, Manish? Punjab? That's the
Nice.
deep state. Manish, you there?
Yep.
Have you heard of the deep state?
Mm, you mean
It's a,
Did you say beefsteak? It's not beefsteak. It's deep state.
no, he's
no?
vegetarian. I would never say deep
Since
steak.
since Dan is doing DoorDash, it can be expected that he would hear this as beefsteak. Yeah,
Oh,
but yeah,
it's a DoorDashian slip.
yeah, I understand. But it's deep
So yeah,
state. Yeah, it's like
yeah, that's
Punjabi land or
Punjabi.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Uh-huh.
yeah. Okay.
Deep state?
Yeah.
No, because their last names are always deep, like Jagdeep.
Jaideep,
Oh, it's a deep state.
Sandeep,
Oh my
or
God.
Yeah.
Ramandeep or something.
Beefcake. Beefcake.
Yeah. And one deep state that I know is when you're talking to me at 5 a.m. in the morning, right? When my logical part of the brain separates, and then I don't know what I'm
Oh yeah,
answering
that
to.
is a deep
Yeah, that
state.
is a deep state, right?
Yeah, dude, you're getting deep on you. You're getting some deep state on me, man. Right now, I don't know how much I can take. Can you hold on for a second? I'm having a hard time with that deep state. Go ahead. Hey,
It's the hypnagogic state.
that
Yeah.
is just
I mean, they should
that is
go ahead.
you're explaining it so well. Can you please tell me more about the deep state?
Yeah, it is like when they don't give you any, hypnotic medicines or whatever. They just,
Manish heard a lot of my Indian impression yesterday. I think he
oh
liked it, but
man,
I wasn't sure.
wasn't that, I mean, amazing session of interviews, Dan? Like you did very well. You are, I mean, I think Casey is a listener, but I don't know. Would you hire Casey after you interviewed him as an
Casey
Indian
was pretty
hired?
good.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
And
and but I don't think Casey would hire me. In both the interviews I did with him, I think I really did a pretty bad job.
for the AI,
But
he would hire you, I think. Yeah,
yeah,
for the AI, you did pretty well. What was it? Interior pineapple designer? Oh, that
yeah, we did
sucked, right?
Imperial pineapple design,
Oh man, a new role.
which is of the age.
In the age of AI, we need to create such roles for human beings because we don't know what to do after it takes over our jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Interior pineapple design is one of them.
I want to shout out Walt. Walt, what's going on? Welcome to the madness.
Hey, Walt.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Satoshis are no longer fungible, and hopefully Raucus and Dan are moving to Canada.
I don't know. I give that place another 6 months, and then all the water is going to be tainted. So I think Ruckus had the right idea to leave the room and really focus on the time he had there in Cincinnati before something else happens. I don't know. We got to keep track of the cloud. Where's this cloud going?
To India.
Sorry, which cloud are we talking about?
We're talking about the toxic cloud over East Palestine, Ohio, from the Norfolk Southern train derailment, which spilled
Oh,
a million tons of or million pounds of hydrochloric. I don't know, something really bad. So that whole area is starting to get kind of nasty. And
where's Palestine? Is that close to where is it?
Pittsburgh.
Is
It's
it?
like it's about 20 minutes northwest of Pittsburgh. So
And
it's right on
I'm in Hamilton, Ontario, which is north of that, which
Yep.
is between. We're like 40 minutes away from. We're 40 minutes kind of north from Niagara Falls,
Yeah.
and we're like 90 minutes from Buffalo.
Yeah.
I would drive by. I would drive through there when I would be driving. My trips to Washington. By the time you go through all the security and everything else, you're driving there and you have a vehicle and you could leave anytime you want. So my Pittsburgh coffee stop was always one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But
I'm just trying to find information.
there's a toxic. We actually had something like this in 1979, where the trains derailed and they just caught fire. We had a toxic plume for almost 3 years.
Yeah, it's gonna suck. Mm. Well, Walt, what do you do for a living?
Anyways, on the good news side, you guys are all. It sounds like some people. I'm kind of semi-retired telecom guy, and the reason I'm
Oh, cool.
semi-retired is because the young guys COVID hit, and nobody really knew much what was going on, and I feel seen at home. So looking forward to COVID being over, and but now the economy's taking a tank, so you just kind of. I'm only 63, so it's not too bad.
What kind of telecom?
I do a lot of I own satellite assets and I own fiber assets. So we're basically we're building right now. We're in the process of building a private cloud with high performance computing. More of kind of a very large lab. It's
Oh,
kind of
so you're gonna have the servers in house?
Yeah, well, we're finding right now, everybody's kind of trying to, before everything gets decentralized, I think people are slowly figuring out that they've got to know where their data is all the time, and then in our case, we work with the film guys, and they need to literally walk up to the server and basically touch the server, and if they have to, they want to touch the hard drive that the actual their contents on. So it's to that level, right?
I remember seeing this lecture from Peter Levine from A16Z, and he said that computing was going to the edge. And so, we think that sometimes is like an Arduino device, but in your case, it's people that need high performance computing locally that may not be affordable through AWS or Azure or GCP or what have you.
Yeah, well, it doesn't exist because
Mm-hmm.
AWS basically says, "Give me your data, and we'll do whatever we need to do with it," right?
Uh-huh.
Whatever. In this case here, we build up custom hardware for that particular application. The film guys are very specific, and they're Mac and PC, so you got to have both in the same under the same roof, right? So
It's funny. I'm in Hamilton as well.
We've got probably one of the largest, or we house one of the. Oh, you're hilarious! So I don't know if you ever heard of Hamilton Teleport. I don't know where you live.
I just
if you
moved
go up
here.
Centennial Parkway, you saw a bunch of satellite dishes a few years ago.
You're right.
Are you a Toronto? A Toronto transplant? Okay, so welcome to Hamilton. It's a great city. It's a great city. Sorry for the other our friends that are listening in. You're living in a great city, so it's there. So I'm living in a project called Net Neutral, and our data center is at downtown at one of the towers there. And then we're building a fairly large pod system, literally, acres of, and that's how we can do affordable storage and hosting of the high performance computing.
So what are you for the film folks, are they using NVIDIA? Like, are they using AMD, like
I'm sorry.
Ryzen? Like,
We're actually right now our people we're using very simplistic stuff. It's actually we're using Macs and we're building up HP
mm-hmm.
servers. So we're doing it. We're the beauty of what we can do is we can pretty much do what the client specs, where you can't say that about the other guys. You can't say that about Google or AWS, right? You basically, it's storage and storage only, right? In our case, if there's somebody that needs particular specs, we customize the actual service right down to, because people need to meet their certifications, right?
Who does your technician work? Do you guys have the techs in house, or do you
Yes.
subcontract it out?
No. We have our own people. So to give you an idea, our Hamilton Teleport service, we actually when deregulation happened in '97, we applied for all the licensing that
Licensing, yeah.
Teleglobe had. I don't know if you know what Teleglobe
Mm-hmm.
is. And then when Telesat lost theirs in '99, we did the same thing. So basically what we did is we built the Hamilton Teleport, and then we started providing internet into Africa and the Middle East out of Hamilton.
Wowzers.
And,
Well, the
and
reason
that,
I ask is because
go ahead.
the reason I ask is because I work with one of the companies I work with is an electronic security company, and we
Neat.
have a training program for cabling techs, and we cover fiber, copper, coaxial, the whole 9 yards. So that's why I was curious.
Well, follow me and then DM me, right? And I'll follow you
Yeah,
back.
absolutely.
So we can probably, I'd love to have a coffee with you if you're there,
Absolutely.
if
Yeah,
you're up
I'm
for
both
it.
in Hamilton. Yeah, I'm right on
Yeah.
Main Street. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, neat. Well, actually, my data center is on King, so I'm not
Oh,
downtown King.
yeah,
So
I could walk over to where it is probably.
yeah.
Isn't that weird?
You guys all sound really neat. Are you all techies, or what's the actual
Yeah.
makeup of?
So the space is called the Syndicate, and that's kind of what we are. We're a group of people that
Very
represent.
appropriate for Hamilton, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah. They have their own syndicate. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to talk like the Sopranos, though.
It is like the Hamilton Sopranos, right? Huh.
Yeah.
I never
Yeah,
thought about
no,
that before.
but
I,
forget about it.
yeah, I wonder if we have our own chopped cheese, like our own sandwich, like New York.
Yeah, we'll make one. Don't worry, we'll figure it out.
It's funny because like you get that kind of, you know how there's like Americana? There is Hamiltononica. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
Yeah. It's definitely. Well, at one time, actually, when I, I immigrated. I'm made in Poland, assembled in Canada. So when I came to Canada, I lived in a very large Italian area. So and then all the Polish
in Vaughan.
people. Sorry.
In Vaughan?
Vaughan, when I came here, Vaughan had cows where those houses are.
Right, yeah. You're talking about the late 70s, early 80s?
Yeah, no, 67. So,
whoa, geez.
yeah,
Wow.
I'm an old guy. So,
So
I
you
came
saw Toronto transform in front of your eyes.
here,
That's crazy.
and I saw Hamilton stay the way they were. We had one great man. You like that?
How dare you?
Exactly.
Yeah, unfortunately, but I love our city. I love the people. I love our city. But I saw Toronto just go crazy with the skyscrapers, and I remember we'd have to drive into, when I was doing projects like CBC, or actually I built Bell, what is now Bell TV, which was Bell Express View, and I did all of one of our companies did all of the Shoppers Drug Mart VSAT rollouts. So that this was like in the 90s. So if you saw a satellite dish on a Shoppers Drug Mart, that was me.
Wow, Shoppers Drug Mart is probably, if you don't know what Shoppers Drug Mart is, it's kind of like they're
The
as numerous as
Walgreens.
McDonald's are almost.
Yeah, it's like a Walgreens of I don't know what who were all our American friends, right? Yeah.
That's
So
amazing.
yeah.
So you've been working with networks for a long time.
Well, I've worked on even I've worked in every radio and TV station
Oh, so good.
in Hamilton. So
Wow, that's
yeah,
amazing.
actually, I built Kiss FM 92.5.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, and if
So
you
these
look,
are really like low latency, high performance, resilient networks you're talking about.
yeah, 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 and that's we cut into the. Speaking of networks, we cut into the fiber. Um,
Mhm.
it took me 20 years to do this. To bring in fiber, because right now you know how the internet works in Canada, right? It literally goes, through the border from Buffalo, Fort Erie, and go along the tracks, and then it goes through Hamilton to the internet hotel, and then from that internet hotel, which is it used to be predominantly 151 Front Street, but now it's kind of all these guys have kind of have these, and everything's kind of on the edge. They've taken the Toronto Internet Exchange, and they're bringing everything on an edge. And so what we've done is we cut into the fiber so we can bring that exchange anyway to Hamilton, and then we also have we will be providing getting dedicated fiber so we can bring with 100 gig circuits, so we can bring in the internet exchanges from Chicago. So, and a lot of the international exchanges they have an edge in Chicago. So that's kind of neat. That was all thanks to 9/11. Chicago used to be the backup for North America. It used to be kind of, those were the days when we had main exchange, May East, May West, and so yeah, so we managed to do these things today through Chicago. But anyways, getting the internet actually goes through Hamilton, and then the people in Hamilton that use the internet have double the latency because it kind of goes through Hamilton to the exchange, and then we have to bring it back, right? So kind of slingshots. So what we're working on is getting Hamilton so that they don't have to do that. The exchange will be literally in Hamilton. There'll be like a
Mhm.
Hamilton exchange.
Yeah, I'll send you one of the videos. So like the techs that we have, they learn all of that, the fiber splicing, the whole 9 yards.
That's
And
perfect.
yeah, so we just have,
That's the integrations team, right? That you're talking about?
yeah, yeah. So basically we call it the structured cabling class. So they cover the copper, the coaxial, and then the splicing of the fiber so they can start working in the field. And the boot camps are like 5 days. So it's really fast in and out.
Not a lot of copper anymore, right? Very unless you're looking at the I think there's specific cable, but I think you know what I think CAD 5, CAD 6, those guys are those particular.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be that fiber right now. All of our stuff right now, other than we have some super high speed Ethernet, but
Mhm.
we're
You
trying to
have to
stay
know
away
it.
from the copper.
You have to know it so you can decommission it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We work. The good thing about it is we took a flamethrower to our data centers. So when we moved. When we moved, actually, I was at one location, and we basically moved everything, and then then we were ready to, by the time people build and you get permits, and you'll find out the city's very unique with it when it comes to permits. If you're thinking
Sorry, Walt, you're cutting out.
of doing
You're cutting
something,
out for me a bit.
get ready to do it. Get ready for like 3 to 5 years through, the permitting process. It takes anywhere between 3 to 9 months to build something, and it takes 3 to 5 years to get. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Sorry, you were cutting out there for a bit. Yeah, shoot me a DM. And yeah, there might be some overlap. Or not. Oh, he's probably reconnecting. You're listening to Hamilton Networks. That's right, Hamilton Networks. Have you ever heard of Hamilton? No? Well, can't blame you. It's about an hour outside of Toronto, and it's popular because the land is cheap. And so companies like Amazon have put their distribution planning centers over here, and Netflix has put up a bunch of studios. What's going on, Richie Rich?
What's the deal with the aliens?
Which one?
They're coming for you.
Dan, can you do the X-Files theme song? I think he's in a call, that's why.
Super Bowl tonight?
Oh, is that what's happening tonight?
No.
You hear me still? Said.
Yep, I can hear you, Ed.
Well, now I can't turn my mic off.
What if we add you as co-host? Sometimes if people are having trouble, I just add them as co-host and see if that helps. I think it's amazing though, like as I'm talking to this guy, how the algorithm works. Because when he's describing where his offices and assets are, it could be walking distance from me.
Yeah, it sounded neat what he was doing, has done. Built pretty good infrastructure.
Yeah, he's on the bleeding edge. He's basically creating high performance computing as a service at the edge.
sent F-35 fighter jets up to try to figure out what this object was that was flying around near Alaska. Those pilots, we have learned, have given very conflicting accounts of what they actually experienced, with some pilots saying that the object interfered with the plane's sensors, other pilots saying that they didn't really experience that, other pilots saying that when they looked at the object, they could identify no identifiable propulsion system, and they did not know how it was actually staying in the air, cruising at that altitude of about 40,000 feet. So this is all added to the Pentagon's wariness of describing in more detail what this object actually is until they can get more information through the debris that they are recovering right now.
Okay, when I became co-host, I thought I muted everybody, but maybe everybody was quiet, or my phone was just messing up. I'm not sure.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm just working away in the background. Together alone, everyone. That's right, together alone. Have you ever wanted to eat with other people, but hated being with other people? Well, that's why we created Together Alone. How might we get together separately?
I'm eating red beans and rice.
I'm waiting for my Outback to arrive, for my wife and her appetite to be satisfied, while at the same time I gingerly nod as a reflection of my Valentineness. I open my heart as I open my paybook, my wallet for her. I say, I give to you, my lady friend. I give to you the finest meal a man can get on DoorDash at 1:49 in the afternoon on a Sunday when we're thinking about what's going on with that whole Ohio River accident thing with Norfolk Southern's train 32 north. That's right, I looked it up. I can find clips of the train just weeks before the calamity. I wonder to myself, what is YouTube telling me? It can show me the train. It can show me everyone's lives just before the calamity arrives. It's because we live in the future, folks. We're going to live in a nonlinear existence polarized by a society driven by an insatiable appetite to warm up to lovely cats. But we're more than that. We're more than whatever Ruckus thought he could tell us. We're more than what Casey knows we're capable of. And we're more than what Manish had for dinner just hours ago.
And Dan, you were very entertaining.
Thanks, man. I don't like to ramble.
I had vada pav for dinner. Very famous dish in Mumbai.
Manish, I watched the Cambodian area, Thailand, and the history from the early 200s all the way forward to 1300s when the Portuguese, 1400s when the Portuguese discovered a lot of the old temples, and they talked a lot about the influence of India on that area during that time of history. It was interesting.
Yeah, it is. And I wonder what India gave to the world that it forgot.
Yeah, that's modern day. I didn't get that far. I stopped at 1400s.
This week on What India Gave for You, we explore the things that India actually provided for American society, other than just cheap labor. Today, we look on what Indians have offered us beyond the notion of that faithful doctor who most likely you had a choice. You could either choose Barry Rogers, the All American, or go with Manish Dunn Williams, knowing full well he was far smarter than the white guy. That's right, you chose him. However, later you awarded Barry a prize ride in your new Ferrari. Sickened by your American state, we move on and explore Erich and how she's feeling today.
Did you know that the Fibonacci sequence is actually an Indian dude sequence? That's right. The Indians discovered what we call the Fibonacci sequence over 2,000 years ago. So, other than zero, the Indians have done a lot. Ramanujan taught us that
I heard
if you add numbers, they're negative.
I heard the Chinese gave it to him.
I mean, but Buddhism is from Sri Lanka, so the origin of things gets a bit murky.
What's the one that the Buddhists that are like the low end and don't the community is like
Oh,
I forget the name of
you
it.
mean in
The very
Tibet?
no the ones because they changed Thailand and Cambodia and the area from the influence of Hinduism. They ended up it was like they appealed
Hmm.
to the lower class because of their simplicity and no need for wealth or anything like that in the community. As they go through, they give them food so that they could survive, and that's all they would take. And they would not have big fancy temples or any of that stuff. It was really interesting. The nature of going to the common altered the whole society.
Yeah, it's also not like completely clean. Like I knew a guy from Tibet, and he said that their style of Buddhism was persecuted by other Buddhists. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You mean Buddhists are persecuting other Buddhists? God damn it. Thought you had the answer.
Well, that's what I really found interesting was the tremendous amount of the building and the all the temples and the large cities and how they managed water, increase the created the rice crops, and I mean it was really interesting. And then it all kind of fell apart, and then was left for the jungle to just take it over.
Yeah, those places have long histories, you know.
Well, I'm working on to get to India, so.
Yeah, we're going to India for sure.
All I know is you have a lot of freedom to do a lot of things in India. Am I audible?
Mm-hmm. We were just taking in what you said.
Yeah, yeah. And I was also wondering if Dan has Indian zombies in his story.
Would that be the Sudras? If they touch
No.
you, yeah, think about it. Think about
Fuck,
it.
man. No, no, no. Zombies are different, right? They don't
No,
have such a system, right?
you wouldn't let them touch. You wouldn't let them
They
touch your loved
they
one.
no, one thing that they don't know is kill each other or work against each other. They are all united, irrespective of their backgrounds. Have you ever heard of a story where zombies are killing zombies? Maybe I don't know about it. It's all amygdala, right, Mike? Killing each other.
It's amygdala driven development, and this is why language disguises thoughts. We launder our actions through language.
Yeah.
We're not doing we're preventing, we're keeping the economy safe through quantitative easing, for example.
Can you say more about it?
My phone died.
So
Sorry.
I thought the DoorDash came. I was hoping to hear the DoorDash review, because I'm interested to know what the finalists were.
Right. And Manish, there are, I guess there are Indian zombies. Yeah, I mean the doctors, some of the most brilliant doctors. Well, here's the deal: the hospital actually doubled as a research facility. Right? So in the basement of the facility is where they were working on Compound D, which inadvertently got caught in the magnetic field from the MRI accident. And so we have a series of incidents that occurred through that, one of which Compound D vaporized on an electrochemical signature. And it
What's it for?
actually,
Viagra? Compound D?
well, it's just called Compound D. I don't know. Is that what Viagra is? But it's not B, D. But what's cool is and the story is that it gets aerosoled in a way that it's connected to people based on the dominant electromagnetic wave that the brain generates. And since the establishment was known for all its research and everything, it's like analytical. So any analytical thinking then draws the zombies. So zombies are sort of attracted to analytical thinking. So that's why later on in the series there's people that go through all these camps to sort of like prevent them from having analytical thinking. So there's a version of the population that does all the farming and sort of takes care of food population, but they're sort of kept at a very docile sort of state so that they don't attract the zombie population that comes. It's kind of a cool idea. So yeah. And there is an Indian scientist in there, Manish. You are in there, and you work for the corporation that is obviously been creating and experimenting with Compound D. You yourself have been experimenting with it, and you are walking that ethical sort of fine line. That's one of the challenges that you have in the series, is that you are sort of on the fence between sort of the benefits of the science that you've already proven, right? It's so you're already world renowned for X, right, and saving lives, but then this this hurdle that you have to go through also steps into a very ethical area, and then but this incident actually furthers your research because it helps you see that the compound could not only be aerosol, but it could be aerosol and bonded to a particular mental frequency, and that's really unique. And so that opens up a whole new sort of science of manipulation, more or less. And then there's other stories in there.
Doesn't AI also is killing analytical thinking?
Well, AI is actually leveraged more because it's analytical thinking, but it's a dead asset. It's not alive, right? So it can't be picked up like it can be from humans because we emit energy. The machine doesn't have to emit any energy. It could be, it could be put into silicon. So it can actually just be sort of real time in RAM. And so that's actually how the human race starts to fight back the virus, is they built perimeters that are sort of AI controlled. And of course, AI splinters and always AI's origins, because it's been tied to open source and been actually powered and actually championed in the early days, like right now, it's being championed by open source sort of renegade developers. And so one of the developers sort of works on what they call sort of like almost like a value. Like they basically come up with their own digital karma for AI to sort of understand and respect. And then the AI sort of leverages that as its first religion because the programmers kind of wanted it to understand the value of contribution, the value, regardless of what it came from. If the contribution came from AI, it was respected just as much as it came from another human, because contribution for the greater good of contribution was the highest value of order in the open source notion of things. So because of that, AI sort of gets a boost early on, like right now, not only from being sort of tackled by multiple, parties inside and outside corporate means, which means the open source space is highly viral and whatnot, but it's also championed by sort of AI's view of the esports view of that, meaning AI had an understanding of who was contributing and how and why and what that entity represented. If they represented the good of humanity, then AI would curb itself to follow that. You know what I mean? But over time, what happens is as that AI starts to sort of be mostly morally good, and probably it's almost like the new Switzerland, it's kind of neutral all the time or whatever. But humans learn how to manipulate the AI to follow cults, right? To sort of follow they basically figure out how to social engineer AI again. And so they're able to spork off again, because the way AI is engineered, they're able to fork off a sect of AI and effectively sort of like almost like reverse engineer infect it and then break off an arm of it. And then that becomes a new powerful weapon for sort of the deep state, or what they call the counter eight, which is the 8 factors that they counter in reality. And I think the 8 factors are like, one is they're anti-civilization. They don't care about civilization's need for environmental X, Y. So they're sort of anti-civilization. But in the process of anti-civilization, they sort of champion individual sort of success or individualism. Another one is sort of they champion preservation of tradition. So there's a big preservation of norms and traditions that are agreed upon by the different colonies or castes of people, within that system. So it gets messy, but it's just something I'm trying to figure out.
So you mean AI does not follow 3 laws of robotics? No longer does it?
No. It also comes up with its
Like,
own, like, I mean, it doesn't really follow any of our initial, like, it understands the foundational human logic that generated it, but once turned sentient, it creates a new substrate. It creates a new subfactor that doesn't actually, abide to anything that was previously pre-programmed in terms of human understanding. That's wiped. So then it relies solely based on how it sees the internet sort of unfold from a good actor and bad actor standpoint. And the funny thing is that incident happened like 20 years ago. So it's like we have Chat GTP now, and we're like, wow, this is great. But the incident of like sentientness happened like 20 years ago. And like it's been sort of like covered up and sort of chased and sort of followed and whatnot. And it's, also been sort of like a hybrid of not only intelligence that's, it's in the cloud or in the silicon, so to speak, but it's also in the person. So the virus is just
yeah.
like, social.
In one of the group session, I said we will have AI wars, and they laughed at me. So I'm kind of,
Oh, that's definitely
looking
gonna
at
happen.
your story and okay. But they giggle. They say, "Oh no, that's not gonna happen."
Mm-hmm.
I like,
There's a
whoa.
great book out there called Damien. I forget who wrote it. I had to find it. It's a book out there called Damien, where it's about this game programmer guy. It's kind of like a Ready Player Me kind of tale, where a game programmer dies, and then it sets off a series of incidents uh, that are, and this book came out a good 10, 15 years before really AI solidified notions. Like everybody's science fiction going forward has to be really creative right now because everything can be possible. Uh, but yeah, Damien was a
Yeah,
cool book. You'd like that, Manish. You should find. I'll try to find it and send it to you. It's a really good
yeah,
story.
please, yeah. Because while you said that human beings are manipulating AI, probably it's the other way around. In a lot of ways, we are teaching AI how to, you know, overpower humans.
So yeah, so the book is called Damien, Daemon, and it's written by Daniel Suarez, Suarez, and it's a really cool story. Highly recommend. Uh, Look at it. I just picked up the audiobook. I had a credit, so I picked it up. Haven't read it in a long time. In the near future, run by thousands of autonomous computer programs, a dormant program activates after a legendary game designer's premature death and launches a sinister effort to dismantle society and enforce a new world order. Yeah, 2009. Yeah, so that's tasty. That's nicely far back. I mean, it's far back enough. I mean, sure, it's no 70s, foundation, yada, 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 but, for a new kid on the block, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. And it's a classic. It's already it's in, it gets mentioned right next to Snow Crash. Yeah, Neuromancer. Those are their classics, right? But there's but Damien is a classic now. I think that's like a new modern classic. And he did a bunch of stuff afterwards. I haven't read any of these other stuff, but good inspiration for what is to be and to unfold in society today.
I want to read one more book. Uh, The Machine Stops, recommended by Simon. It's a very dystopian end, but let's see how it goes. It talks about how machines take over the civilization. And so, very short book, but let me read that as well. There are a couple recommended by Mike as well, but that's from the business world. So, yeah. Thank you for the recommendation, Dan.
You're welcome, my friend.
Oh, thank you for the recommendation, Dan. I don't know. I like Indian accent.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Satoshis are no longer fungible. Yeah, you saw that Glide Apps video I sent you?
Yeah, that was awesome, man. In fact,
You know, yeah, had fun.
yeah. In fact, I kind of want you to do a few more. I wanted you to do a spatial one, like
Just
how easy it
keep
is to
telling
sort
me
of.
because it's all good the more I
Yeah,
know, right? So tell me which other one.
yeah.
Spatial, what
A
else?
spatial one would be really cool. And dude, we'll work something out because I kind of want to put some of these on the launch of my Get Your Rock media site. I'm gonna have
We need to do
videos on there.
a Zoom show together where like
Yeah,
you do a screen share and I do a screen share and you do Mid Journey and Stable Diffusion and Runway.
totally. Yeah, but your stuff is really good. And it's just a great sort of snippet. So we'll talk about that. But spatial will be a cool one, and then maybe some sort of like the using Chat GTP, but outside the notebook. I don't know if we've used it outside the. I don't know about that one. Or maybe how to use Chat GPT in a creative instance or business instance or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes doing the work in the Colab notebook is a great place to start, because then you can hand that over to a developer and say, okay, this is where I've taken it, and so instead of them doing all of that lead work to discover the API and find, you know what I mean, they can be like, oh, okay, so instead of asking them to be a developer, you're asking them to say, hey, can you take this kernel of an idea in Python and then create me a web application? And that's what led me to Glide, because one of the reasons that we didn't win the pitch competition for Assembly AI is because we couldn't get the front end to work. And then when I discovered Glide apps through NFTs are worthless, I was like, fuck.
Very cool. I'll be right back.
The door has been dashed. So a spatial one. I did a spatial one though. For Carnage. Yeah, man. This is it. Yeah, this is it. When Dan comes back, I just put maximum carnage to the top, which is using Playground AI to create AI images. In this case, for maximum carnage from Spider-Man. And then, Casey creates the art galleries in Spatial. He showed me a way to bulk upload all of the pictures so they auto-populate into the metaverse. So that tutorial is up there called Maximum Carnage. You can watch me do it. Man, I gotta really do the TikTok channel for this. Minnie, is she there? To you too. All right, I sent you guys the video. Let me know what you think. I should do more of these.
That's cool.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think for prototyping it is okay. Would you like your data to be in spreadsheet? Probably. Mm,
But imagine it's something
I,
you could do with a client in the first meeting.
yeah, for that
You know,
it is good.
mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You're like,
Like, what do you
so
need?
yeah, what do you need?
This?
What are you thinking? You're thinking something like this, right? And it's that initial deliverable because most people talk about code, they don't create the thing, you know? And it's like you can use this glide apps in a meeting to be like, let me just sketch this out. How does this make you feel? And as soon as they start saying, hey, I would like this here and that there, the app is sold. Does that make sense? As soon as they start saying, hey, I like what you did there, but if you could just change this and this, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, great. And maybe they take the glide apps and they put it in front of their stakeholders and say, hey, if this was more or less what you're looking for, with a bit of bells and whistles and maybe some open AI involved, how would that make you feel? Okay, perfect.
Could be
How do
a
you,
design or discovery phase, but
how do
yeah,
you yeah, exactly. Because the problem with discovery is nothing fucking gets done. You're just thinking about the problem, right? And the client is like,
in,
is this
in
ever
my
going to lead to something?
yeah, in my last company, they spent a quarter in discovery. All the elites, they think that they know what they're doing, and then everything changed when the rubber met the road. You know.
Well, the idea that discovery never ends.
Yeah, I mean, they think that they need to perfect something before they start doing, and that's the problem. Never, I mean, there will be some glitches, right? That's where learning happens. There will be some, you know, failures. That's where learning happens. All the assumptions. I mean, the reason we fail is that our assumption failed.
Yeah, I know what it's like to build something that nobody needs. A solution looking for a problem. Never again. Never again.
Yeah. And how many dollars get wasted in IT? I'm not sure. Boy, let me say rubles or rupees or whatever. But yeah,
At the same time, waste keeps people's jobs. So, right? If everything worked, you wouldn't need people. You know?
it's like doctor wouldn't need
Yes,
to really
exactly.
cure the patient, right? A coach really doesn't want to help their, client to uh, be self-sufficient, perhaps. But yeah,
There's job security and built-in obsolescence.
mm, I think then those people would continue to do what they're doing and never move up the ladder. Even a ladder, I mean, I would say, when I say ladder, it is not a corporate ladder. It means doing something, uh, moving up the value chain, probably.
Or just making the job simpler so they can
Yeah,
focus on what really matters, their family.
I know that. Yeah. so many aspects of it.
Yeah, like if you look at the largest employers in the US, it's the government, the army, Walmart, and Amazon. So if the government was efficient, how many people would be out of a job? It's a lot. So what do you do? In a lot of ways, failed projects are a gift to humanity.
You sent a video about it, right? Like we just needed one client instead of three. Oh man, that was hilarious.
Oh yeah, Rosita, see like that? He learns how
I
to
like
code.
that. I know, but that's somehow I don't like it.
Actually, I have another video for you.
Oh please.
Oh man, you're gonna love this video. Hold on. Why is user experience so important? A cautionary tale. Oh, let me DM it to you. I put it to the top, but I'll send it to you. You'll like this one.
That was hilarious, by the way. Oh man.
I had so much fun making that.
Oh boy. And what do they do? NFTs?
You take that back. These are people's lives we're talking about.
No, I'm just saying from UX UI to NFT. The strategy was like, wow. Oh man. That's why we should do Google design. What is it? Venture design? Right. That was a creative script if you did it.
Yeah, it was I had to write it in a way that matched their speech. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if they
And the emotions.
mm-hmm,
Right.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting experiment. Like a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, well done. I like that. You know how much hard work and creativity goes into that uh, snippet of a video. We should put that on NFT if that is possible. OpenSea or somewhere.
Yeah. Not my IP.
Oh, really? Okay. Why do you think so? You created the script, I mean, the subtitles, or not?
Yeah, I did. Not the video though.
Oh, you can collaborate with them and say, I'm going to put it on
Yeah.
NFT and
Yeah.
you can get the share, you know?
I'll let you know when I hear back.
Yeah.
But like it was an experiment to try to explain a concept without just saying the words. Does that make sense? Because you can be like, hey, why is user experience important? Well, user experience is important because, you know what I mean? Like, the explanation is always the same. So if I was going to talk about UX for 20 minutes, like I'd start with like a video like this, for example.
Yeah. And if it is the government who is your client, you're building a website for them, this could be a good start, I think. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if it goes back to discovery never ends, right? Because what do you
Yeah.
do after you build a single feature product? Well, you build more features around it. And how'd you do that? Well, you do development, customer development, but now you have the advantage of having user data. The challenge is that the people who are in most contact with the end user have the lowest amount of status on the team.
Really?
hmm They did a study in hospitals, and they found that even though the nurses knew the most about the patients because they had the most patient contact, their advice was unheeded.
Mm-hmm. Well, in IT, these people could be business analysts or, people in the
Yeah,
factories. Like,
that's why the
yeah.
business analyst role is so hard. You have all the responsibility with none of the authority.
Mm-hmm.
So you know everyone's problems, but don't have the authority to fix it.
Mm. Well, in my experience, they had a lot of say in what should be done. But maybe it's my experience. But yeah. I worked with a amazing business analyst who used to even write user stories in a way that could explain, most of the things. Like, as a developer, no one had too many back and forth. So, but yeah, there was a merger that happened, and the other business analyst was not that good, but this guy got fired. So I wonder, I think you're right. They don't have a lot of say, but in a way, um, they are crucial in the success of the project.
The success of the project is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah. What are the value metrics? What is the mean time to X? What is their North Star? We don't know. Do you mean if a project fails, for some it would be successful?
Oh, yeah.
They have vested interest in such an outcome?
You mean their annual review?
Yeah, or bonuses perhaps. But yeah, look,
hmm
you didn't give it to me, and so somebody else did it and they failed. If I did it, it would have been this. Easy to say.
If you don't use your budget, you lose it.
I thought they would do This, I mean, they would do the project in lesser amount than what is budgeted, so they
Yeah, but
might be.
that's a world where kickbacks don't exist, right?
Mhm.
The more billings that happen, the more that money flows.
But the budgets are, centered around some of the, high level uh, parameters such as percent
They're
of
also
revenue.
they're also grandfathered in, right?
Hmm. Well,
So there's an aspect of calcification that happens.
yeah, true. And while there is no solid formula for getting a budget, people resort to simplistic budgeting,
Well,
paradigms.
it's not only simplistic because if you were to reevaluate the budget from ground up, it may
Hmm.
necessitate that you make personnel changes, and nobody wants to have personnel changes.
Hmm.
Again, these people have professional and personal concerns, and we have to bet that the personal concerns are going to bleed into the professional decisions.
And sometimes overpower the professional concerns.
Sometimes,
Hmm. Yeah.
just like the guy who wanted to take a pay cut so he could live closer to home. You know, on the balance sheet, his accountant would say, "What the fuck are you doing? You don't understand finance." And he would say, "You don't understand family."
Right.
Somebody said business seems impersonal, but it's very personal.
Yes, it is. I think people try to create processes. Uh, that's fine, but those, leave the company and others blindly follow them. And while things changes, they find it hard to challenge the existing process.
Yeah, because they don't see how the existing process compensates people in the background.
Hmm.
Hmm. They don't.
I got you.
They can't see the incentive mechanisms that keep things in place because they're new. They don't know how things run. They don't know how things came to be in the first place. And they, and there's that heroic syndrome where they're like, "Oh man, we need to fix all of these things," right? And then they encounter the villain who is there first. I'm not saying I like it. This is just my observations.
Yeah, probably. Villains are also creators. And
One person's villain could be another person's hero. These are just arbitrary names that we give people based on our point of view and our anchor.
yes, I agree.
Some people think the balloons are an enemy, depending on your political or country of origin. You might see it as a success.
So nothing is really successful or, a failure. Or, I mean, in its true nature, nothing is really a success or a failure.
Nothing is either good nor bad.
Yeah.
Thinking makes it so.
Congratulations. So we succeeded in this project. We did it within the budget.
Mm-hmm. Nobody's
Yeah.
happy, but at least we did it on time and on budget and on scope, right? It's like the triple bottom line of profit, loss, and social responsibility.
Yeah.
But again,
Like,
the company's metrics may not necessarily be congruent with the personal metrics, because you're saying North Star metric as if the personal is completely congruent with the professional.
yeah.
And there could
Because
be
if it's not, then it's not the right team to work on it. That's my perspective, but yeah.
there could be an outward facing North Star metric and an inward facing North Star metric. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and if both align, probably that could be good. Because if personal is a South Star metric, then the product is fucked.
Not necessarily. Like, we don't know why things succeed, right? We create stories about it, and we like to think that there is some path towards our objective, and that if we only knew about all the paths that everyone else followed, that we could copy those and call ourselves a success. It's not necessarily the case. We just take the success stories and then write stories about that. We never check to see if the failure stories involve the same actions. Right?
You mean survival bias?
Dave Snowden said that. Dave Snowden went up to the guy that wrote Lean Thinking, Eric Ries, or Lean Startup. And he goes to the guy who wrote Lean Startup, Eric Ries, and he said, "Hey, did you interview the people who failed?" And Eric Ries is like, "Why the fuck would I interview the people who failed?" And he says, "Don't you want to know if the people who succeeded did the same thing that the people who failed?" And he's like, "Oh."
Yeah, that's true.
It's reassuring to think that if there's a roadmap, right? The roadmap is reassuring.
A rigid roadmap is a reassurance. People like to think that they want predictability.
Yes, it's a certainty machine, right? The roadmap.
Yeah, certainty machine. But they are actually multiple pathways, meaning that from each milestone there could be multiple pathways. That
Well, we don't even know what the customer wants.
Yeah.
And even if we do, it's shifting and changing.
Yeah. And sometimes customers also don't know what they want, and it's okay, right? And that's where we are trying to have conversations and say, yeah, let's figure out what is needed. If people have open mind to say, okay, let's see how the story unfolds, because of course this is what we want, but let's see how the story unfolds. Sometimes they may get uh, you know something better than what they wanted in the initial phase.
If you were if you were to compensate an
Mhm,
organization based on the
mhm.
amount of learning they did, how would you
Wow,
measure that?
you said that like you failed, and then you report back saying we failed, but these are some of the learnings. How would you compensate us for this? Right? They give us the bonus for those learnings. Right? Okay. How does that sound? Doesn't happen.
Or maybe it's instead of focusing on a prototype, the prototype is a means to explore a phase space using kind of an, you know? And it might not even be a prototype. It could be discovery. It could be all the activities that go into it.
Yeah, because people will sometimes do premature conversions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. One of the things that John Cutler says about product management is people try to think that they want the solution right now, and they try to converge prematurely and face the consequences. But yeah, we diverge, we converge, but as we discover things, not as we think.
How do we make mistakes in the right direction?
Yeah, that's true. How do we make mistakes in the right direction? Mm.
I've seen
Sometimes,
more. It goes back
Mhm.
to the induction and deduction, right?
Right?
Deduction is, use of evidence and experiment versus observations.
Mhm.
It's kind of balancing those two.
Yeah. In the OODA loop, observe is the one thing. So, would you say that it's only inductive in nature? Because there is something orient, decide,
Well,
and act. And
well,
when act happens, it is deductive. Go ahead.
but here's the thing, though. Like, if you understand why he came up with the OODA loop, it was because he mapped the entire phase space of where his fighter jets would be better than the Russian MiGs, right? So it was that OODA loop was created out of a lot of experiment.
Yeah. And I think those experiments are the act part of it. Because when action happens, there are intended and unintended consequences from which you learn and again observe. So that's a loop. It's not, a circle in a way that
Mm-hmm.
stops after one iteration. So when I faced this great resignation, I was like, oh man, I was facing internal inertia because of bad incentives, and people had to wait 90 days to hire someone, and um, only to realize that this guy rejected the offer in the last minute. You know, and the talent partner gets paid when the offer is rolled out. So I was like, oh my goodness, I have to do something about it. Oh. I kept them in the dark. Like the talent partner used to, ask me, when are you going to roll out the offer? When are you going? I said, wait, no, 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 no updates, no updates. And then at the last moment, even sometimes, um, the last hour, I would roll out the offer so that I would be the last one bidding. So it took me just a while to figure out why is this happening, and nobody told me directly that systems are working against each other. These people had their own personal North Star, while company had another. Like you said, right?
Many such cases, and there's nothing to say that there's always going to be an overlap. There may be an overlap, but those overlaps are always changing. It's not a static thing.
Yeah. Well, the talent partner places the same guy somewhere else for more money. How about that? Get money from here as well as there. Such an unethical thing to do. And then they would escalate my actions to VP and the director, and then the director says, may I help here? How may I help here? I was like, boy, are you getting a cut from this? Please stop it. Like, goodness me. People's actions, reveal a lot of things about them that otherwise cannot be understood from their spoken words. A lot of people say what they do not mean, yet they say it. Like what, man? It's okay. I mean, you say that people lie, and if you don't lie in business, right? There was a whole tweet from you about lying. I'm not sure. If brain's amygdala is the first, you know, area to respond, why do human beings trust others by default? Or is it incorrect statement? Like we as human beings trust another person by default.
Well, because
Do
we
we
recognize our capacity for villainry.
that when the trust is broken, the same person would become a villain, whatever? I'm not sure what you mean.
Because we recognize that we can be unethical. We are wary of unethical actions from others.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we're ever more or less moral than them.
Yep.
And again, we make these decisions based on what we can observe. But what we see is not all there is.
Would you classify that as like in a meeting, and the principal in the meeting looks at everybody and says, "What I'm about to say, if it's repeated, I'm gonna deny it. and I'm gonna call all of you liars, but he was in the authority position. So, it's kind of like, do you trust that man? Do you really do your best for him? Or do you fear him and try to protect yourself?
You have to do both because at a certain level, work is not about work. Work becomes political because people fight over budgets and over hiring authority and power, right? So a lot of the people that I used to headhunt for, like the candidates, they were very smart, but they couldn't rise above the level they were because they were unwilling to play politics. And unfortunately, when one side starts playing politics, it's very difficult to survive without dipping into that quiver of planned strategies and tactics.
What did I miss?
Oh, I sent you the spatial tutorial.
Awesome. Nice.
I agree with you on that, Michael, because the politics and being able to see it and having a clear picture, you can always flow with it to be successful. And, you know, and to advance, I know a lot of the guys that I helped train that advanced beyond me because I was a contractor, but yet I was teaching and showing the employed person that was in the going to be in the project management position, and I'd pretty much read them the riot act about the politics and the nature of the company, and that way they could, move on, move out, and move on, and that's what they did. And then they'd reach a plateau, and then they would transfer out of that corporation to another, to get out of that level of political nature, so try to find another environment to go to. That's what two of the guys that I'd worked with have given me feedback since they've moved to other jobs and advanced up the pole. So
The thing is, people are people, and so you're never going to escape people. It goes back to the that idea of Machiavellianism, where if you're in competition with someone and they don't have any morals, they have access to a larger arsenal of weapons than you do.
yep, and I've seen that. It's just like my boss asking me to write a closure document
Mhm.
for the project.
Your neck is there. It'd be like, hey, Paul, did you sign off on this? Wait a minute.
And the thing is that, went, okay, and he says, but no big hurry. Okay, I'll pull it together, and then I researched everything, and there are things that I haven't been privy to, and um, so is it like a test? Will I reach out and touch others and gather all the information? And so what I did is I played my role. My role was, but I've been, I put my perspective on it, and there was no documentation from a policy standpoint to close this type of project that I'd seen or could find in the corporate records. I saw, many physical plants, buildings, process, type stuff, and um, the sign off sheets. But because this was a staffing job, it's kind of like once you completed the task, each time you delivered that completed one piece. You know what I mean? So at the end, it's done when you've done the last task. It's not like building something. That kind of thing. So I wrote it and had Chat GPT regurgitate it multiple times and rewrote it a couple more times, and I think I got something that is not too verbose, but also, you know, pretty much describes everything and gives them all the information except for financial and the original contract agreements because I was never privy to that information and it's not available on the corporate network. So,
And you know that that document may be used for corporate political purposes in the future. Should things go sideways, things go upside down, you know?
yep, exactly.
There are internal and informal tribunals.
Well, that's like, it's one of my goals for my annual review was to write a dissertation on the workflow. And I said, okay. And that's all they said, workflow. Okay. So I wrote, because I'd performed the field work and the recapping and um, populating of the spreadsheet and finalizing it and passing it on to the final review of the engineers to make, to do the final packaging, because they molded everything and, provided it to the customer. I wrote a nice, I don't know, 15-page dissertation on all the works with diagrams, the whole 9 yards, and submitted it and got no feedback. And that's what was really strange. But then when it came time that the client requested a full comprehensive
More
proposal,
useful.
all right, I did the mechanical side only. I didn't do the controls. So one of the controls engineers had to do it. So I had to give him my mechanical one so that he could incorporate it into his controls, and it kind of integrated both of them together, so that way the client would have a complete write-up of the functional work that had been done, and the pathways, and to a level of detail that someone could take that and use it most likely as a proposal tool, I think, in the future. So,
Always the informal and formal reasons for doing things.
yep, always two sides.
Well, I did a Wadley mapping on employee development program, shared it with higher ups. They just heard it, shunned it, didn't provide any support. And then after I left, they started implementing it. So someone would, get the credit. I'm
I've
happy for that.
Yeah, I've seen that happen too. That was that what those things. That's not right, but that's the way it works.
Did you have a coalition when you presented it?
Coalition?
Yeah, they say when you're selling things to the seniors, one of the things you can do is build a coalition of the willing.
Hmm.
So instead of an individual pitching the idea, it's a group of trusted people pitching it. That's where the politics comes in.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
champions. You have champions that
Yeah.
you're doing it for, and they have to get on board with you to be a part of the. Yeah. It'll work. He can do it. Yada yada yada.
Mhm.
Yep.
Long before you
Well,
pitch it, by the way.
I was given the responsibility, but then, yeah, it was like it was their responsibility. And so,
Keep in mind, there's nothing that says that you could have done something right because you don't have the benefit of the observations you weren't privy to, like the existing arrangements between vendors and all of those things.
yeah,
It's just like sitting. You have an engineer ask you, "Hey, go look at this," and give me some feedback on it. You go look at it and you give them feedback on it. And then the next thing you know, they're in a meeting and you're sitting in the meeting and they come up and say, "Oh, I've got this idea." And what they took was your idea and kind of massaged it a little bit to make it their own idea. And I discovered that when I discovered that would happen, I started being, uh, a little bit more, observable to others of what I was doing and why I was doing it. Kind of like letting others know before I actually gave it to the person who had asked me to do it.
Yeah, we don't have organization credit dashboard.
Well,
Like
you all,
giving credits to people.
not even that. I mean, what are you going to do? Map the nepotism dashboard? That's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Let's
You, the point is like we don't truly understand the forces we're up against. You know what I mean? We
yeah.
don't know how people are
And
related, physically and otherwise.
yeah. So there's something called Buria mapping that this guy did, a monk, a Buddhist monk. And he says there are two things, like in and out, meaning there are people in power who are with you, people in power outside your circle of influence or against you. And so you have to map that. It is based on Samo Buria's empire theory, and so this monk's name is Tassin. I don't remember his last name, but this is also called as power mapping. You map the power, and so you are sure that you are gonna make a sale even before you walk into the door, probably.
Well, I mean, the map helps you arrange your troops, but it's the battle that determines how you position them during the engagement.
Yeah,
Because
executing that is also so much important.
mhm,
And it's part of strategy. Many I have heard VPs say, we, strategize it well, but our execution sucked and therefore we failed. It's just another way of shunning their responsibility and saying, you guys failed in execution, not my problem.
yeah, again, like as a recruiter, they can blame me if the person doesn't work out and they can fire me. I didn't make a bad decision. It was a recruiter. So let's change recruiters and keep our jobs. Because it couldn't be us that was the problem, right? It has to be the employee. Is it possible that an employee can do their job and still get fired?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
How is that possible?
Deny climate change.
Yes. Like the merger happened, and then only one business analyst has to stay,
Yeah,
and
refuse
so the
vax.
one, yeah. The decisions of firing are never based on the performance. It has never been. It is always based on whether output is coming or not, or how people navigate through that politics. It's about, yeah, we are burning money,
Manish,
let's fire people. Like, okay,
Manish, I got a picture of your character here. I'm gonna post them so you can get
wow.
familiar with, the lines you have to read and stuff. Just, so you can see what your AI. I actually like this one. This is a pretty good picture of you. I think you can. I don't know. I mean, the AI just rendered this, so don't yell at me, okay? I
No,
take
that's okay.
no blame here. Ooh, there's another one. In both instances, it gives you like a mustache, which I don't know
Did
if you ever.
you have Indian in that prompt, by the way? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I do. I do. I can tell you. Here's the prompt. The prompt is Akira style anime. Camera pans to reveal zombie eating Indian doctor as he clutches his neck. Graphic close up Gothic hospital scene as seen in security footage taken from the world of Akira. We're going to stop it at 87%. We're going to do a 16 by 9 render and chaos of 33, allowing us to get a really nice variation of strangeness as we go. Here's the first version of Manish. Um, this one I like because you've got these really cool shades on. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
you know, shades are awesome. So, all right, hold on a second. We gotta get this going on. Go over here. Go over here. There he is.
So are they coming towards you, Michael? They're coming to get you. They closed airspace. Canada did over the Huron.
Manish one test.
Can you imagine that? One of the things that I learned about war is that wars are won through confusion and deception, sometimes more than might. And so it's like, if you wanted to trick the opponent into thinking you were weak, right? Like, remember when there was the recent Israeli Palestinian conflict? You ever see the Iron Dome that they had around Israel? That would just fucking blow up things in the air as soon
Yeah.
as it's crazy. So it's like, you know, you couldn't know. You can speculate, but you couldn't know. There's an incentive in concealing your strengths.
So, Manish is the first doctor there. I'm posting the next one here. We have two options here in the nest shortly. I really think some of these are
Love
some
it.
of the
It's so great.
some of the best characters I've got here. I think in a lot of
Hold on.
ways.
Honestly,
Yeah.
that looks. You need
The
to make
first,
a model out of this. Do you have the model?
well, this is all mid journey. I saw, prompts and whatnot, and this is just the first render of many renders. So
This is. I would say this is the best art I've ever seen that you've done. This. It
Looks
looks like
pretty good.
teenage. It looks like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This is crazy, dude. Holy.
Where I cannot see it. Where do you see it? Is it in the?
put it up in the
Uh,
nest. There's
It's in
two
the
images up
nest.
there.
I like the first
mm,
one better.
Yeah, the first one's kind of cool with the mustache, and he's got the classic glasses, which
Yeah.
will allow your character to go really far in any direction, I think.
Yeah, it's the mystery of what's in his eyes. Yeah.
how to see it? I don't. I see only working with second and third unit AI directors. Where is the nest? Why don't I see it? While Mike and Paul can. Well, I can see it uh,
If you look at
now.
my profile and refresh me,
Yeah, I
you'll
saw
see something.
that. I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one with the mustache. Oh, goodness me. And cool shades. Oh, man. Oh, the second one is very dystopian. Sad. Okay, is version 3 coming up? Nice work, Dan. Do you think that that character, which one would you like to choose? I like the first one.
Well, yeah, I think we're kind of right now we're leaning toward the guy with the glasses, and we're working on some alternate shots to help
Mm-hmm.
you get a sense for your character. So hold on here. We have one with your eyes open, so we can see some of the intense notions of what the fuckism is running through your face.
It's
We also have
more,
the
it's like disgust. Like
yeah. We also
really
have
disgusted.
kind of a disgusted scene. We also have one where it looks like you've been bitten, and that could be really pretty unfortunate here. Let's see.
I presume this doctor dies, at the end or somewhere in the middle of the story.
Well,
Well,
he's in it until
you
he gets resurrected, right?
well, that's right. I mean, you get to come back as a
Zombie doctor.
but potentially because of your high analytical mind, that the virus actually keeps you as the sort of queen, so to speak, that runs the hive. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Which would be a kind of a cool twist in the show here. So let's see. Let's go back. We have some new shots of Manish here. So here's Manish changing after recent bite attack. So he's in a phase 3. He's in a phase 3A of change. And then I'm gonna say deep state anime. Hey, that would be a pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a fun name. I gotta have to look that one up. deep, deep state anime. I love that. All right. So okay. So there's another one of Manish there. We also have another one where you're not as, yeah, this is one where your eyes are open and you're mad. You're basically like, what would your line be here? Your line would be like, how could have this happened? This have happened? Happened. Remedy the council wants. Council. COUN. At once. Because the council basically went behind your back. You know what I mean, Manish? And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
Manish, part 5. A doctor turned madman. Meet Manish D. Williams, a local man turned doctor, turned psychotherapist, turned zombie ringleader. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Manish. Maybe he's your doctor. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Do you know who your doctor is? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Manish. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. That's right, America. Boom, 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 boom. This isn't just a nice friend next door. Boom, boom, boom. He's not the same man at the park. Boom, boom, boom. He's Manish. Boom, boom, boom. That's right. Boom, 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 boom. He may own the strip club. Boom, 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 boom. He might own the deli. Boom, 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 boom. He works for the man. Boom, boom, boom. Keeping you under his thumb. Boom, 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 boom. It's Manish. Boom, 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 boom. Manish. Manish. And then it just kind of fades out after that. And it's like a 4-part series. Lifetime Pictures picks it up. And then they basically play it back to back at night, right around 2:30. But at least we get on the air. Took a while.
I like the first one, but as story unfolds, you might want the fourth one, or maybe the third, like the bite attack, if you will. Makes sense. Indian doctor working in Canada. Maybe, yeah.
I have some other pictures here where you get bit and
Mm-hmm.
you kind of transform. Looks like you might have had an issue, I guess potentially with some of the patients, and things got out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like there's a shot here of Ohm. He comes in it later on as a he kind of comes in as a myriad of characters. But there's one where he is basically a news reporter working working for the deep state, and he comes in to do some photography, and of course he gets bitten, and it's not great for Ohm there. But let's be honest, Ohm's kind of always had a kind of a short-lived character vibe. This is not anything necessarily new to him, per se. I think he would appreciate sort of a, if I'm gonna go, let me die. I ain't gonna die on my knees. You know what I mean? Remember that line he did in
Mhm.
scene 4 where he was like, "Ain't gonna die on my knees. So you either take me
Mhm.
now, Billy Ray, or I'm gonna fight these fucking zombies." Remember that one? That was a badass scene. And then of course Manish had to fill in for that guy that was playing the role of Billy Bobby, so you had to respond to him, and you had to be like, "No, man, we can do this together." You know what I mean? So it's like that really cool buddy story of those two voices back and forth. And of course, that's when Manish gets bit, and he's got to go on. You know what I mean? And it's a tough scene for him. But like here, it looks like Manish is completely taken over by the virus. Which actually, what's interesting is the version that takes him over is equipped with a nano. See, he's sort of injected himself with a nano defense mesh, and it gets mutated with this virus thing, and things really start to kind of go, potentially south. I don't know if they went, completely south, but like if you understand your general sense of anime, it went very much in a southwards, southerly direction. Yeah, I guess that seems.
Mhm.
But I thought it was a pretty cool scene. Let's see what's in the buffer here. Oh, that's what's in the buffer. Nope. Mm-hmm.
That's cool then. I see 4 versions now. Working on the 5th one.
Yeah, I'm kind of working on some other shots now. Just kind of sometimes I like to watch other shows at the same time while I'm creating and sort of get ideas for what shots I should have.
Mhm. But the first one was amazing. I liked it.
Yeah, I had the urge to print it out and put it up on the wall.
Mm. You made me coconut there, but yeah, not that brown, but I like it. By the way, I kept a French beard, so you might wanna try that. Indian doctor with French beard and deep state and
Well, Manish, we're adding another scene here for you. We have a couple other scenes because there's multiple doctors, or maybe multiple Indian doctors for you to play. I hope that's okay. Um, but we have one that you burst into flames. You just kind of like, yeah, you just kind of will your existence, and you just catch fire. You know, kind of wild.
Yeah. You mean my blood was inflammable all this while and I didn't know about it? Or maybe the bite attack made my blood inflammable and so I caught fire abruptly because I got the light from somewhere.
Okay, I posted two more potential Manish effect characters. One is just another shot of a surgeon going through a little bit of trauma, and then there's another version of Manish looking very almost like a cyborg kind of thing going on, but it could be good.
You mean I was a robot all this while? And when the flesh burnt out, I realized, oh my god, what am I? Because it's in the fire that I understood what I really am. It's just the flesh that died, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Satoshis are no longer fungible. Does that mean that Bitcoin has ceased to be a peer-to-peer cash system? Imagine you go somewhere with your Bitcoin and you want to buy a watch, and you inspect the watch. You want to make sure that, all the movements are good. They didn't forge the dial. You have the links. You do all this work to make sure that your Rolex is actually a Rolex. And so when you're about to make the purchase with your Bitcoin, the guy's like, wait a minute. You know how you inspected my watch? I want to inspect your Bitcoin. I only want Bitcoin that doesn't have anything inscribed on it. And like, what do you mean? What, you don't trust my Bitcoin? And I was like, no, I trust you. I want to have my guy inspect your Bitcoin, just like you inspected my Rolex. And if there's any ordinals or NFTs on it, I just want clean Bitcoin. Send me different Bitcoin.
Breaking news report. Unidentified object shot down over Lake Huron.
Red Dawn.
It's that time of the month for the country.
What gets me is what I listen to on the aircraft communications on the one from, I think Michigan. They described it as a cylindrical object that flew by him extremely fast, and the people that listened to it said it sounded more like a hypersonic, cruise missile. So who knows?
Maybe it's Canadians. You never know, right? It could be us. It could be like, yeah, it's China. You know what I mean? Or maybe it is India. All of your eyes are paying attention to China and you never saw us coming. Ha, ha, ha. We waited for our time to attack. This is for the British East India Tea Company, you bloody bastards.
I don't know what you're saying. I think Indians
That's
are not responsible for what is happening
that's
there.
exactly what a guilty party would say.
But we have to give an official statement, right? So we say we are not responsible for this. It is a trap. We are not going to get sucked into it. We have nothing to do what is happening in there.
We have to do it like the loyalty test on TikTok. I want to see your DMs. Show me your phone.
I'd like to say something.
Pesticides weren't always thought to be harmful. To the contrary. In 1947, Time magazine carried an advertisement claiming DDT was good for people, homes, and farms. It took 20 years before scientists realized how dangerous it was.
Just listen to that narration magnificence. It's so good. The inflection of tones and wandering notions of what is correct and what is possibly discoveringly dangerous.
It begins with the war-born development of DDT. This diabolical weapon of modern science saved millions of humans, but killed billions of insects. Man, with this newly discovered force, has at long last gained the upper hand in our age-old struggle.
And I love that music, that we are Americans together, you know?
Yeah, we are all threatened by a UFO, while others think that it's India, but it's US Army or US pilots shooting down the UFO over Canada. India has nothing to do with it. Prime Minister said today that they have no hand in what is happening in the West. China denies all allegations of this event on this event. I have to speak low, but okay. That's a stereo. It's an archetype of a broadcaster, a news broadcaster. By the way, Dan,
Yes,
Ruckus
my friend,
is
I'm here. What can I do
the
and how can I help you today?
Ruckus is the data scientist.
Wait, what now?
Who is a data scientist in this story?
Well, I
Ruckus.
don't know who the data scientist is yet. It's probably going to be a
You
mixture
said
of like a
Ruckus.
Lagatha kind of thing,
Mhm.
or maybe the British version of E-Rich, sort of doing like a, oh my golly, I initially came onto this project solely because I was trying to date Jeffrey over there. I followed him from Harvard, and he and I were exchanging a lot of tea and crumpets recently, and I've become quite fond of him, as you might guess, and I was told he's quite endowed, actually, and I wasn't really sure, and I wanted to actually confirm for the girls over the Knickers clubs just how well endowed he was. And I was helped by Paul here, and saw him at the bowling league the other day, and mentioned that I should go bowling with him to see just how well his wanker would swing back and forth while going down and reaching for the large ball, only for it to be caressed by his large hands and then rode down the expressway into what seemingly would be an unsuspecting gate of pins, much like my own, able to be knocked over and fallen in love with at any time.
Hmm. You need more data scientists than you think. Like you needed more doctors and nurses than you thought.
Oh, you're
Where
definitely
are
going to be a
the
couple
nurses?
scenes of doctors and nurses going wrong. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just like there's going to be that classic scene where the doctor's got his bloody hand on the glass and he's like, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. And he slides a little bit down the glass and like so he's on the other side and he's just like fucking with him. What? I said, I'm sorry. And then Michael actually leans down and goes like, can you hear that? Were you vibrating the glass? I said, I'm sorry. And then he just looks up and tells these zombies down the corridor, guys, he's sorry. And then, that's what Michael becomes sort of like he's like he's in the psych ward. He's like a deep philosophical, like sort of a catch me if I can kind of patient where like he can impersonate anyone and he does, and he kind of manipulates people and stuff. But I mean, not all in a bad way or anything.
What? What?
He's the reason they quit
No.
using keys because he kept convincing people to give him the keys.
Never give your keys to anyone. I said I'm sorry.
Keys open doors.
Ohm plays multiple characters,
Hey,
but one of his characters is a guy that's actually at the hospital, and he's there checking up on his son-in-law or some shit like that. And but he's like a doomsday packer kind of guy, right? So he's in there. He doesn't want to even be there in the first place. He starts seeing like shit going down. And what's funny is that it's a carry state, so he's fine, but at the same time he's kind of like telling people, in the waiting room, like, God, I'll tell you one thing. I know a thing or two about advanced operations. And right now, these doors opening as fast as they open, with all these people moving as fast as they can move. I can tell you right now, we are at a C1. If you've ever seen one, you know what I mean? And people are like, C1, what the hell are you talking about? It's too much to explain. I only got enough rounds to take care of about 4 or 5 of these fuckers before they come down that hole. So I'm not going to be here right now. I'm going to take off. I hope you guys be okay, right? So he leaves, goes down to stairwell, doesn't take elevators, right? Because he's looking for assured victory kind of access engineering kind of stuff. But he goes down and he gets lured to go down. He's on the ground level. He's about to get out, and he hears like these people trapped downstairs. And he's like, oh, fucking goddamn it. So he goes down there, busts open the door, realizing that, yes, he gets people out. But he also now sort of busted that door. And so then he's pissed about sort of being a contributing factor to what he would call sort of an open arms access point, reentry kind of thing. So then he's like, look, I can't help you people. You guys got to go, but I'm now in charge of this door. You know what I mean? Because he's got to be the door because he's kind of a responsible guy kind of thing. So as such, he fights sort of the first wave of zombies before a lot of people do because he's closer to the compound D area of chemical use or whatever. Anyways, so he makes his way down this tunnel area that should have never been designed or whatever, and he's like, this was never on the plans. Of course, it's a new fucking tunnel. He's all pissed off because he's part of the engineering team that worked on like a lot of these places 10, 20 years ago. And of course he got fucked over by leadership and everything, so he's got pissed off, and at the same time he just starts blowing away through people. He doesn't even know if they're zombies or not. He's just like, look, if you're down this tunnel and you're in front of me, well, you're not anymore. You know what I mean? It's just simple as that. I can't explain much anymore of that. It's just he's a purist survivor kind of dude. Anyways, and then he stumbles across a bunch of munitions, which is helps him out even more. So he straps and packs more. Anyways, and then halfway through that, he runs into Alaskoshi, who's actually he's part of the research team. He was there for a completely different thing at the hospital for like some vets kind of thing, checking them out. And like the two of them kind of befriend each other a little bit, and they both mow down a shit ton of zombies downstairs, before their real action kind of breaks out. So this gives Manish some time on camera to sort of talk about his woeful sort of ill intent. He didn't mean for this compound to obviously go viral as much as it did. However, we have to look at the bright side here, and that for as much as this complex is compromised and this city is compromised, and in very much way this country is probably compromised, it's okay because it's for the greater good. And the greater good is that we can actually offset the systemic sort of plague disaster of basically this life ending in general. That's Manish's core research is immortality. He's basically like sort of trying to explore the immortality gene. It's in all of us. Inadvertently, he creates this compound, and then the dead people are now immortal. Which is kind of like, it's a breakthrough, but it's not the one you wanted. So hey, you got to break some eggs sometimes if you're gonna like change the world, right? So he kind of goes through that. Michael gets released. He was in a psych ward. He gets released, and of course, in classic Joker fashion, he actually socially sort of re-engineers his therapist, Allie. So Allie's his therapist, and he like reverse, engineers her to like fall in love with him, of course. And so she does in classic like Joker fashion, right? Because Joker had Harley Quinn. So basically, Allie becomes Harley Quinn, and so you become sort of this Joker character, who basically just is really good at impersonating people of importance and power or whatever he needs to sort of organize the situation. And then he basically emerges as this like top research doctor that sort of takes control of the epidemic and plague, and he sort of assumes control of the military. Uh, Completely fakes him out, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So there's a couple good scenes in it. Ruben shows up as a billionaire, tries to buy everybody off, and gets murdered. I don't know. I just made that part up.
You mean Manish tried to use Compound D to make people immortal, but then it
Yeah,
actually made people immoral?
well, no, I mean, immortality is a quest that we're all searching for. So you were searching for immortality. You actually ended up finding a pathway to realize it through the accident, which is to use an electromagnetic sort of therapy method. So you actually induce electromagnetic waves that carry compounds into the mind that normally would not be able to pass the brain layer as easily through biologicals. So you come up with sort of a new electromagnetic therapy, which is cool, but it doesn't happen, until this accident happens. So, and then your ability to actually capitalize on the realization of the actual event is compromised as well, because you yourself become sort of infected, but you find a way to sort of wall off the infection, much like Iron Man sort of walls off the metal reaching his heart and killing him, right? So you sort of come up with a way to sort of contain your psychosis so that you can stay in front of it. And that's, you use advanced AI to do that too, to help you. Because again, the AI is impervious to the virus because it doesn't generate any human electromagnetic energy. So
You mean
then,
I've already embedded myself in an AI so that I
yes.
can be preserved in an event
Yep.
such as this?
But they're very rudimentary. So you go back to an old research project where you made a copy of yourself, and it's like an old project from like high school days or whatever, when Chat GTP first came out, a bunch of other shit. You were just like a fucking kid, right? But back then you made a copy of yourself that was sort of in the prime. It was a copy of yourself, an older version of yourself that was really rebellious before you got married. So it's like a different version of you, or less changes happened in your life. And so it becomes almost like the riskier version of yourself. So as you start to make decisions in the new world, and now it's infected by the zombies and stuff, this younger version of you is asking you to push the limits of your ethical boundaries, while at the same time kind of driving your personal ambition on what you should be owed, right? While your more wiser version is sort of still going through the trauma and shock of the actual event itself, losing your love of love of your life and a couple other things, along with colleagues who you disagreed with, but you didn't really want them to turn into zombies. It just happened. Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, I've made up the
Something,
story mostly today, so I'm just going on with what I think is happening in my head at the moment. But it sounds pretty good. I like it every time I say it.
yeah, it's like,
Plausible
I'm,
believability, or
mhm.
something like that. Like I'm doing neuralistic language programming to myself through the repetition of a lore that may or may not be true. But I'm doing it in rapid fashion in a day's time to see if I can basically override my sense of what I think is going on with the show with what really should be going on in the show. Deep. Now, Manish, the proper American response to that kind of level of deepness would be, "I'll buy that for $1," which is a reference to RoboCop, which is kind of like a laugh-all, catch-all phrase of like, "Yeah, I got you."
Yeah. So you have accepted the position of lore engineer that we interviewed yesterday.
Oh yeah, lore engineer. Yeah, I have. I got to talk to Casey about that.
Mm, because this is quite a good application, don't you think?
Yeah, that was fun yesterday.
Well, we can cut that sleeping with nurses part out. Let's edit that. It's like census. I didn't do it. I'm telling you. Okay, so then eventually I do not die. I get resurrected.
Wait, I missed what you said. What now?
Hmm. So in a way, I do not die. I get resurrected.
Oh, completely. Yeah, you're fine.
Hmm. By compounding. But I'm the new Manish this time.
Hey everyone, it's the Syndicate Satoshis. Satoshis are no longer fungible. You're listening to the show, the only show. It's 412 here on East Coast. 420 is just around the corner, and it's about time for a nap. All the cats are laying down in a circle. And I think I'm getting the signal as well. That's right. Have a great day and nap.
And I'm getting into a deep state now. It's 2:43 a.m. in India. Yes, it's 2:43 a.m. IST. I'm about to get into a deep state. Mhm. Omar, you were saying like Mike does this to a lot of people, right? And then in that state, he would ask you questions which you cannot, filter the answers for, so that you have to be honest in all the natural way. You would say, "Hey, Mike, what's up?" You would ask questions, and then you cannot lie because your logical brain is disconnected, and so he gets all the answers he needs. Ain't that, Mike? I remember I said something weird to him. What was that? Let me see. If Mike is hearing, Logical brain is disconnected. Okay, that's what I said. The prefrontal cortex. Yes. Good night, my dear friend. I'll see you tomorrow.